said I was a footnote, background noise, a misfit, unimportant, too loud. Funny how that turned to kismet. Me and my truth, we sit real still, no sirens, let them scream in the daylight. Truth don't need alignment. I didn't want the headline, I saw the pattern. Opening my mouth made the whole room shatter. Try to keep it measured, flashing warning signs. Every time I spoke the truth, they called it crossing lines. I stayed out of the spotlight, studied every thread. Watched the story bend while they counted what I said. Never chased the platform, never begged the crowd. I was mapping all the quiet while they weaponized the loud. Not a drunk, but you can call me boozy. There's a lot more here than simple beauty. It's my time, I'm showing you the real me. Formally introducing Boozy Beauty. Boozy Beauty. Boozy Beauty. Boozy Beauty. Daily in the gym, yeah, I build this body, but don't confuse the muscle with the mind inside me. Got the ladies watching when I teach that beauty, but the real flex is know exactly who I'm proving. Is deeper than looks, deeper than likes. I'm sharpening language, intellect precise. Full play, firm lines, boundaries set. I light my soul up, I don't need their respect. While they were boxed in, my marching bold lies. I was face down, boxed in, hit from all sides. If they look beneath the noise, they see. I never wanted fame, just wanted Pat seen. Not a drunk, but you can call me boozy. There's a lot more here than simple beauty. It's my time, I'm showing you the real me. Formally introducing Boozy Beauty. Boozy Beauty. Boozy Beauty. Boozy Beauty. Snakes in the grass slithering in my phone. I walked out clean when the silence hit home. Diamond in the rough, no filter, no scene. Funny how the dirtiest hands claim pristine. Not a drunk, but you can call me boozy. There's a lot more here than simple beauty. It's my time, I'm showing you the real me. Formally introducing Boozy Beauty. Boozy Beauty. Boozy Beauty. Boozy Beauty. You can call me boozy. Raising black bone, rockin' beauty. I've been here, now you finally see. Say it right, Boozy Beauty. Boozy Beauty. Boozy Beauty. Boozy Beauty. Boozy Beauty.
Chat, you have no idea what a disaster I am right now. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome to the realness of everything that's going on in everything right now. Hello, hello, hello. Is this mic on? Yes, it is. If you don't know me, hi and welcome. I go by the username Boozy Beauty, and I am a resident of Norfolk County, and I think that's all I need to say about that. So, we had two very important hearings today. It has been a day. So, in the AM of it all, the morning of it all, we had motion to dismisses by Karen Reed and Aiden Turtleboy Carney. In the Ham plaintiffs, that's the Higgins, Alberts, and McCabe's, who are suing Karen Reed and Turtleboy. So we got to see that if you watch that live. Full transparency, I was trying to take a nap in between all of the craziness and also planning to go to Boston because that's where the second hearing was today in the federal courts. That was for motion to dismisses by I almost said something funny. I'll keep the sass down for right now. She's a little sassy. She has a lack of sleep. She's been doing a lot of research. Today was a lot, folks. Can't wait to get into it. So, the federal hearing today was Karen Reed's lawsuit against everyone. That's what we like to call it. Karen Reed versus everyone. It's a lot easier to say that than name all of the names. The names are Massachusetts State Police, Michael Proctor, former disgraced, decertified Michael Proctor, as well as, I'll have to check this, potentially Lieutenant Yuri Bukhenik, and then also retired, no longer detective lieutenant because he was demoted, Lieutenant Brian Tully, and also all of the House Defendants, which I can't wait to get into this. If you guys haven't seen all the internet fodder yet over all of it, that was crazy. So that is all the names: Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Higgins. I think I got them all. Also, this is not where I wanted to be. Okay. And I'm just going to tell you all right now. Oh no, what just happened? My thing went dark. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm really rolling with the punches right now. I am literally running on like no sleep. So I said this in a previous live stream. I put up these things by myself. I am no carpenter, unless it's Sabrina Carpenter. That's what I'm a fan of. But these are on an angle, and my Karen keeps falling. So before anyone tries to call out, "Oh my God, she's flipped." No, Karen just fell off the shelf. It literally happened right before I hit live. And then I spent 3.5 minutes trying to put this thing back up, and it didn't work. So anyways, like I said, it's been a day, and I can't wait to get into all of it. We're going to spend a bulk of the stream on the federal case because if you don't know, cameras are not allowed in the federal courts yet. So for now, it's going to take all of us coming together and going to these hearings, getting into town, pay for parking, Ubers, trains, all the things, in order for us to report back to all of you. I also want to say, I said or asked of everyone a couple of times to please show all of us who went some grace and some patience. I am happy to report you all have been very kind in being patient. So thank you. I do appreciate that. You have no idea. I get very anxious when people blow me up and I'm like, oh my God, relax. I promise I'm doing stuff. I got a lot going on. I feel like I say that every live stream. There's a lot going on at the moment. Well, this one there really is. Okay, guys. So let me say hi to chat for a second. Replay crew, thank you for being here. Of course, feel free to fast forward a little bit. And that's all the stuff for housekeeping matters. I'll say hi to some people in chat, and then we'll get rolling. Members, if you weren't here yesterday for the live stream, you do have some fun emojis. Yay. And to my mods, today is definitely not a day for the trolls. So please feel free to mute whoever you want for as long as you can. Thank you. I love you. I see you all in there. Okay, let's say hello. Oh, thank you, Sherry. We appreciate all you do, Boozy. Thank you. We got all the ducks. Carrie, I love the duck. It's so cute. So cute. Everyone loves the ducks. Oh, Felicia, Richie, Schiffer. Hey, Richie. And hi, Diane. Great chatting with you as well. Meg, not your damsel. Rolling with the homies. Thank you for being here. Truly, though, like I said it the other day, I can't believe how many of you guys are still interested in these cases. Like, that is crazy. And I'm sure it's appreciated by all the parties. So here we are. Lady Lore, hey, how was court? Oh, it was fine. It's federal court. Here's the thing about federal court. There are no games. This is not what some like to say Canoni's court, right? This is federal. No games. No games. You walk in there, you be serious. Otherwise, you're getting the boot, and you may also get federal charges against you for doing some things you're not supposed to. Oh, Kyle. Hi, Kyle. I said that like Grant. Hi, Kyle. Hi, E Chase. All right. All right. All right. Duck, 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 goose. Can't stop, won't stop. You guys are so fun. Oh, hey, Sweeneys. Hello, hello. Ha. And we have Corey. Oh my God, you guys are the best. This is crazy. Chat is going wild. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into it. I do appreciate all of you guys being patient with me. If you guys were to see, seriously, it's always a mess behind here, but today is especially messy because I've got my phone open with notes. I've got notes on here, and I also have my handwritten notes, all the things. For clarity too, I did see this get asked a few times if I was going to be able to live tweet. I'm not actually like in layman's terms, signed up to be like a media representative, simply because I briefly touched upon this yesterday. My information is not out there publicly in regards to my username that I use. If I was to do it in the state court, that would be listed out publicly. And the last thing I need is even more people doing the things that we saw last night. So that's the reason why I'm not on the state side. The federal side has even more restrictions. So no live tweeting, but there were several of us in there taking notes. So good news on that. And make sure you like the live stream, folks. Please, please, please. Okay. So let me say thank you, because this is crazy. You guys are coming out of nowhere tonight. Thank you, Walter's Fab Fam. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I hope you enjoyed all the emojis. They're so cute. Hello. Oh, DK, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. Thank you. You literally just paid for my parking because I only put in parking for 2 hours, and then I sat outside, was chit-chatting for way too long. So then I had to pay way more for parking. So thank you. I appreciate you, D. Seriously, that's very kind. My mother's fave. Oh, is that a cat or a dog? Oh my God, that's a big floofy dog. How freaking cute. There we go with the pets already. My mother's fave says, thank you for all you do for this community. You're the best and you're beautiful. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Truly, getting to these cases, clearing the schedule, emergency hearings, it can be a lot. I can't even imagine what it's like truly be on any of the teams. Specifically, like thinking about Karen and the 4 lawsuits right now. It's plus then the cell phone stuff, which is not a lawsuit and it's not on a criminal case. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. It's very busy. Exhibit Alley, that's a adorable username. An adorable username. It's gonna be one of those nice folks. Also, Allie, beautiful hair. I'm telling you guys, seriously, you ladies really show up. Seriously, like your photos are always stunning. I have such a beautiful community, truly. Allie says, I always feel better after your updates. Thank you. I'm here to ground you guys. I am hopeful. And I think today went well, but we'll get into it in a second. Okay, 1 second. Tall Red Texas, hello. Thank you for becoming a member. Oh my God. Oh my God. We're fun over here, guys. It's a good time. And like I said, just roll with the punches with me today. See? Okay, I'm not going to mess this up. C.M. Lehan? Did I do it right? I think I did it right. Thank you so much. Also incredibly generous, seriously. And just so you guys know, it is never asked for or anything. I do seriously appreciate it. It's very kind of you guys. And she states, thank you for always showing up to these hearings and sharing with us. Thank you. Thank you. When I can go, I will go. And I said this before, federal hearings, because there are no cameras, are so important to get to. Clearly, you guys see, when we'll get into it a little bit later on, the hearing with Judge Gilday, again, there was camera issues again. And it's like, it's getting to the point where it's like someone always has to be there. One of the content creators is always going to have to be at one of these hearings, because even in the state courts now, it's never consistent, ever consistent. It's frustrating, it's aggravating, and it just feels like, we're jumping through all the same hoops that we were doing for the criminal trials. Just going back to like the buffer zone issues that we were dealing with for the criminal trial, specifically trial 2. It feels like we're having a fight for something that we shouldn't have to fight for. So thank you. I appreciate it. It's good. It's a good time. It's a good time. M Danger Riley, thank you for becoming a member. Like, this is crazy. I've only been live for like 10 minutes, and you guys are being so generous. Thank you, M, for becoming a member. And thank you, Jane Vision. So funny. You are ducking, rocking it. Thank you. Thank you. And if there's nothing I love more than curls, because I have curly hair, it's blonde curls. I'm telling you, I want to be a blonde so bad. I want to be so blonde. But thank you, Jane. I appreciate it. Okay, guys. So let's start with the federal hearing, because that's why everyone is here, right? Right. All right, pulling out my notes. Give me 2 seconds. So I just want to go over very, very quick rundown of what everything is in this case. Okay. So I don't think I need to break down who each individual person is, because I think we all know, if you watch the various criminal trials, we all are familiar with all of the faces. So this lawsuit was originally filed in Bristol County. I'm getting confused with all the cases now. Bristol County. And then almost immediately, it was around Thanksgiving time, end of November 2025, it was the House Defendants, which the House Defendants have all of the various names, all the nicknames from the different cases. I like to call them either House Defendants or Ham Plaintiffs, depending on the case. Use them interchangeably. So it was the Alberts, McCabe, and Higgins that moved it to the federal court, which all of their spokespeople say is to avoid cameras. And it didn't really stop any of the cameras from being there, because all of the mainstream channels were there. It was actually great to see. And then, as well as us, right? Just so you guys know, content creators, obviously I was there. Grant was there. Michael with Justice Serves TV. Who else did I see? If I'm missing anyone else, I promise I'm not being mean. I'm just thinking at the top of my head. My main focus wasn't on the content creator side. It was on who was sitting in front of me. We'll get into it. Oh, I know, Corey. I was like, I wonder how many of them are going to show, and they all showed. And we got some good sound bites, but the person that got the best sound bites was Grant. And just to shout him out, I already did earlier in the typey chat. Like, seriously, Grant has been killing it with this footage. So if you aren't subbed to him, whatever platform you use, I think he's on YouTube and Twitter X. Make sure you sub to him. All of these clips he's posting on Twitter X. So it's been incredible. So we'll highlight him, but please make sure you go sub to him. He's doing a great job. Seriously, like 10 stars, 10 out of 10. All right. So briefly, very layman's terms, because that's the way I like to roll when it comes to talking about these lawsuits, because if I start getting into all the legal terms, my head's gonna explode. Okay, just reading from my notes very briefly. So this lawsuit, like I said, originally state, then pushed to the federal side. It has 3 Massachusetts State Police investigators, Proctor, Tully, Bukhenik, along with 5 of the witnesses: Brian, Nicole, Jen, Matt, Brian, Higgins, and Albert. So the judge, just so you all know, is Judge Denise Casper, and she's also on the Sandra Birchmore case. Because remember, Norfolk County said that Sandra Birchmore self-unalived herself. And then the feds had to step in and be like, no, that's not what happened. And end up charging Stoughton police officer, former Stoughton police officer, who's also now certified, obviously, Matthew Farwell. So it's really cool to see that there are still some of the overlapping Norfolk County cases that are being on the same judge. Now, some may have a problem with that, specifically speaking in the States with Judge Gilday. I don't for now. But I will say, just from briefly watching Casper today, Judge Casper, like she's so good. You can tell there was no attitude. Shocking. There were minimal interruptions, and what I'll say is the interruptions in the arguments were really geared towards just like wanting clarity or wanting more information on case law, basically different cases that the various attorneys were arguing, and just some more clarification on the claims that were being argued, whatever party that they were speaking to. So very fair, which I so appreciated. We're not used to this at all. So it's like, oh, finally. Okay, so what exactly are Karen Read's core allegations in this lawsuit? So basically, she claims that law enforcement and civilians engaged in an intentional, on purpose, malicious conspiracy to violate her constitutional rights, frame her for the death of her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, and then wrongfully initiate her criminal prosecution. So basically what they're claiming, like evidence manipulation. She alleges that investigators purposely sidestepped official protocols to shield the people who were actually inside 34 Fairview Road the night John O'Keefe died. Also, systemic bias and misogyny. I think that's obvious with the Michael Proctor of it all, right? But also then think of the supervisors who did not supervise properly. So what she states, she explicitly states that it leverages like the toxicity and the explicit and then disparaging text messages. Like Michael Proctor is all over this case. And then Read also argues that his actions were emblematic of a wider protected culture of institutional misogyny, racism, and corruption. But also to the lack of Tully and Bukhenik not supervising Proctor, who was their subordinate. And remember, who was Michael Proctor in the murder investigation of John O'Keefe? Well, he was the case officer. That's what they call him. Lead investigator. And my dog's already coming in with his cone. Also, she alleges this framed narrative, and her legal team argues that the defendants actively framed Karen Read and exonerated themselves by manufacturing a false timeline and concealing critical evidence. We'll get into more of the nitty-gritty details, obviously, as I go through my notes, but there's a lot of questions from Casper on how the House defendants initiated or helped falsify the prosecution. How did they initiate it? And that was one of the bigger things that came out of the arguments from Charles Waters, attorney Charles Waters, who was the one arguing on behalf of Karen Read. Now, it wasn't a hearing based on Karen Read pleading her case. This hearing was specifically because 2 motion to dismisses were filed. One by Brian Tully, and then one by I almost said ham plaintiffs, House defendants. See, we use them interchangeably here. Obviously, McCabe's, Alberts, and Higgins. So, again, just a brief overview. I don't want to get into too many details. Former state police lieutenant Brian Tully, who oversaw the homicide investigation, is basically pushing to have all 7 federal claims against him entirely thrown out. Oh boy. Basically, he's trying to say like there's no liability against him. So Tully's defense argues that under established Massachusetts case law, a police supervisor cannot be held civilly liable strictly for the corrupt or unconstitutional actions of a subordinate officer, aka Proctor. But also, too, I found this real rich. They claim that he has a lack of personal involvement. You guys are going to not be happy when I tell you the actual quote of what his attorney stated. But in their motion to dismiss, his attorneys maintained that Tully's personal actions during the investigation were legally sound and that he did absolutely nothing to actively frame Reed or violate her constitutional rights. Okay. Now, when it comes to the civilian witnesses, I'm giggling for a reason. We'll get to it in a second. They also obviously filed their motion to dismiss. They're basically fighting the claims brought against them by demanding a complete dismissal, just like Tully, except for different reasons. Their main argument was that this lawsuit is retaliation. Because Karen Reed was acquitted, aka she was found not guilty, right? Except for a DUI, OUI, whatever you want to call it. That this was filed literally because she was acquitted and she's mad, right? And they're claiming like, oh yeah, she had this hissy fit. So now she's trying to blame us. So their legal counsel argues that Reed's civil rights lawsuit is a classic retaliatory measure. They argue it is a continuous, baseless conspiracy narrative designed to harass individuals who simply fulfilled their civic duty to testify at her criminal trials. We've heard this story before many, many, many times in all of the interviews. The witness, what are they called? Not only for the criminal trial interviews, but also the media interviews they've done. Obviously, all of the testimonies. It's like tale as old as time. They're sticking to the same old, same olds. There's also a lot of argument in, are they considered private citizens or are they state actors? So a major legal hurdle for Karen is proving that private citizens conspired so closely with police that they acted under the color of state law. Basically, they're arguing that they were merely witnesses and cannot be sued for federal civil rights violations. So, the thing that happened in this hearing was that there was a ton of case law mentioned. A ton. And like, honestly, I got a little lost after the 5th case law was mentioned because it was just, which, okay, I appreciate Judge Casper wanting to know all of the things, right? But for us in layman's terms, it was a lot. And I also was like, I don't have enough time to be researching all of the case law. So I did write all of them down with my notes as they were arguing. Please don't ask me specifics. Please. I'm hoping some friends, some maybe attorney law tubers. I think I have a couple of law tubers in here too, or just lawyers and attorneys or legal people. Maybe they can help out too and help without some research so that in maybe other law tubers live streams or videos, they can help go over all the things. And if you are asking like specific questions in chat, Don't worry, I'm going to cover it all. I've got it all. We are just starting, kids. All right. So, like I do with all of my other hearing notes, I like to go over who was present, who was not present, and all the attorneys. So, here come my handy dandy notes. You do not want to see my chicken scratch. It is horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. Okay. Now, for individuals that were there. We'll start with the witnesses. We had Matt McCabe, Jen McCabe, Chris Albert, who is not a part of the lawsuit. Anyways, as well as Nicole Albert and Brian Albert. And how I just listed that is how they were seated in their bench. They were in the first bench, which is always what happens, by the way. Like, usually, if it's not a split courtroom, they're always whoever it is always at the first bench. So I don't mean anything when I say that. Then I found this interesting. Yuri Bukhenik was there. He was in the bench right behind them. Now, here's the thing that's interesting about that, though. Yuri didn't file a motion to dismiss. And I have a video from Grant where he actually put up the entire interview with Yuri's attorney. And even at one point, you'll hear him say oh, yeah, well, it's not my hearing. Okay. Yuri's been showing up everywhere lately. I don't know why. But you're a part of the case, so you can do what you want. I believe that was it for the big names. So obviously, Proctor was not there. I don't know if he's in that mental health facility. No idea. No idea. Maybe he is. He was supposed to have day 2 of his deposition today, but there's a lot of confusion still because of Judge Gilday's ruling in the O'Keefe versus Karen Reed Canton Bars lawsuit. Remember the whole emergency hearing? He paused all discovery on Proctor. But then when Karen's team was trying to fight that, he put it in order. He was like, well, that's not what I meant. I didn't mention anything about his deposition. So I don't know if Proctor was deposed today. I'm just going to put it out there and say probably not, but that is totally speculation. I have no way to know either anyway, but that's just me thinking. I don't think it happened. So Proctor wasn't there. Karen wasn't there. But to be honest, there are some individuals that are making a mountain out of a molehill, and they're reading too deeply into the various filings in regards to wanting to move one hearing and then the other hearing, because remember, one hearing was at 2 p.m. and the next hearing was at 3 p.m. and there was no way the teams could get to both at the same time, essentially. When those filings go in and you see, just example, Ms. Reed would like to change the date of this hearing. It's not because of Karen Reed to get to the hearing. It's her attorneys. And this would be the whole thing for any of the other parties as well. Because obviously it was an issue for everyone else too. Except for Diller, the O'Keefes. Actually, that's the wrong case. That's the wrong case. See, even I get messed up, folks. Even I get them messed up. So yeah, it would have been messed up for the majority of the parties. Anyways. So Karen's legal team was there, folks. So that's all that matters. Am I missing anyone? Proctor wasn't there. Karen wasn't there. Am I missing anyone? I don't think I'm missing anyone. I think that's all of them, right? Okay. Okay. Now for attorneys. All the attorneys. For Karen Reed, we had Waters and Rosenberg. Waters argued on the behalf of Karen Reed. And I believe that's because Rosenberg was the one who argued at the earlier hearing in the state court. And something very similar was also done on behalf of the House defendants, because on behalf of the House defendants, we had Tuxbury and Murphy. Maddie was not there. Oh, Higgins was not there. Oh, I forgot Higgins. Oh, Chad, I told you I'm tired. I forgot Higgins. Higgins was not there. Brian Higgins was not there. So Rosenberg didn't argue this morning. Damon Seligson argued this morning. I just need to read further down on my notes. Sorry, guys. So on behalf of Karen Reed, Waters and Rosenberg, Waters was the one that argued in the federal court today. Damon Seligson's the one that did the state. If I can't get this right, can you imagine how they all feel? Then on behalf of the House defendants, we had Tuxbury and Murphy. Tuxbury argued, because obviously Murphy is like the associate. And then Maddie is the one that did for the earlier hearing in the state. For Yuri, we did have Keston there today, and he also is the one that did the interview. Fun fact about Keston, obviously he's a police union attorney. He also is representing Yuri Bukhenik's brother in a completely separate case that has nothing to do with Karen Reed or anything. It's a completely different separate case. I covered that back when I looked into it late last year. Am I missing anyone else? Oh, and although Proctor was not there, Hamill was there for Proctor. No arguments. He wasn't called. I think he was just there because obviously it's a federal case. There's no cameras, and it's good to show face when you're an attorney and you have a client. Okay. Okay. Brian Tully's client, attorney Burke was there as well. Brian Tully was not there. Brian Tully was not there. So again, the individuals, the important ones that you all know that were there: Matt McCabe, Jen McCabe, Chris Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Yuri Bukhenik. Who was not there: Karen Reed, Brian Higgins, Brian Tully, Michael Proctor. Got it. Got it. So that's all the people that were there. And it was a full house. There was a ton, what looked like law students, like a ton, which was so interesting. And you could tell people were floating in and out, in and out. And you could tell there were just kind of people there like looky-looing that wanted to sit and listen. So it was good. It was good. And yes, we did have some boots on the ground there. Of course we did. Of course we did, chat. Of course. All right. So, oh yeah, and if you guys are just wondering, like, how everyone looked, I've got videos and whatnot to show you guys. They were all tan. Everyone's tan. They all pretty much look the same. If you watch the footage from the May 26th hearing, they all pretty much look the same. The House defendants from there, there's no big differences. They're just more tan. Of course, I'm a girl, so I notice hair. Jen and Nicole had highlights. That's about it. That's about it. Nothing real different. Obviously, Yuri was tan. He was on the cruise. Higgins. So Higgins attorneys are the same as everyone else's. Remember? They're all using the same attorneys. If you talk to any of our attorney friends, they all are going to say it's going to be an issue, a conflict down the line. You know? I did not say AJ's name. No, he was not there. No. I think, just again, me speculation. I think AJ originally flew in for the Proctor deposition, but also argued at yesterday's hearing in regards to Karen Reed's cell phone, which 10 out of 10. His argument yesterday was so good. I went over that yesterday in my live stream. So if you didn't get to see that, go check it out. Go check it out. Okay, guys. Now let's get into the hearing. Okay. So, just based off my notes, the argument for Brian Tully's motion to dismiss was way less time, way less argument. I mean, I'm just gonna say it. I fully foresee this case completely going forth, and I don't see Judge Casper denying any of these claims against Brian Tully. I just don't. I can understand why. Obviously, he's trying to fight it. You obviously have the option to put in a motion to dismiss. Why not do it? You know, he also has a police union attorney, I believe. I believe Burke is also a police union attorney. But yeah. So way less notes on Brian Tully's motion to dismiss. Like I said, there was just less time. So Brian Tully's argument was called up first. And Brian Tully, who, again, when it comes to like the hierarchy of where everyone is in, we'll call them the Norfolk County boys, Morrissey's boys, Proctor was lower the totem pole. Then it went Yuri Bukhenik. Then it went Brian Tully, which is why it is so interesting, the claims that he's trying to fight and how he's trying to fight them. So, if any of you guys have been following this from the get-go and all the other things regarding Tully, and you've seen all the random postings on Twitter, my jaw dropped. You know what? My jaw dropped several times during this hearing. I'm going to be completely honest. So, starting with Brian Tully, again, I'm just going to read my notes verbatim. Did I write down every single little thing? No. I'm not that fast of a writer. Do I have basically the crux of everything, though? Yes. You guys should see me. I like the way that I'm trying to write out the names of these case laws is insane. I was like, I put question marks if I was like, I don't know if I spelled these names right, because obviously case law is like obviously the parties' names. Do you know how long it took us to actually write out Bukhenik correctly? And I still don't even know if I'm saying that name right. Bukhenik? Bukwakwak? Feel free to put the pink Bukwakwak Ducks members if you want to. So, Brian Tully, his main argument. He was a supervisor. And basically, they said the difference between Karen's first complaint to her second complaint was that essentially they just added Tully's name with everything else. So Tully's name wasn't originally in a chunk of the lawsuit. So he said all that they did was add in his name. Wherever you saw Bukhenik or Proctor's name, they then added Tully's name. They state that there was no constitutional violation on behalf of Karen Reed. Basically, everything was done correctly. They dotted their I's, they crossed their T's. There's no issues. They went on in regards to some of like the criminal hearings, and they made it a point, his team, to say that like Tully didn't do or testify, speak in the bulk of these hearings. So again, they're trying to distance Tully away from the duckery of it all. Okay. Basically, the case law is very clear. This was an independent judge, Canoni, grand jury. It was all legit. The criminal investigation of Karen Read was all legit. There were no issues. I also want to remind you, if you guys ever look at just the interview reports, whoever's filling out the report, right? Proctor, Bukhenik, I don't know if DeChico did one, whoever. It always has the name of the investigator that's doing the report. And above that, it states who that report was sent to. Guess whose name is on like the majority of these interview reports? Brian Tully. So Brian Tully was signing off on all these interview reports. If you were here recently, we heard of a certain interview report where Michael Proctor stated that a witness, James Sully, who apparently Proctor knew from the from CF McCarthy's footage, just pulled them out. Proctor said that this witness, Sullivan, stated that Karen Read was toasted. That was then okayed and cleared by Tully. But then, when Sullivan was pulled in for his basically pre-testimony check-in type of deal, in the room was ADA Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin, Brian Tully. And guess what Sullivan said? I didn't say that. That's one example. That's one example. Okay. So then Casper asks, the probable cause is disputed. It's not just like blanket legal rules that she was saying, right? It depends on the circumstances of each case. So basically, Tully's like, no, everything's peachy keen. Everything's okay. You know, everything's great. Tully was hands off. So Tully was saying, well, there was no probable cause and there's no case law to even suggest why Brian Tully should be in this lawsuit. You should have seen us. We're all like, you're choking, right? Oh yeah, don't even get me on not recording their interviews. Don't even get me on that. Don't even get me on that. Okay. My law attorneys, I really hope I'm going to say this right, this case law. He specifically was quoting Hernandez Cuevas case law. And then he went on to say that there was no allegations, no sworn affidavits. He was fighting the fact that in Karen's amended complaint, that there's a section where she states that Brian Tully knew everything. Just like we're kind of going over. Brian Tully was basically the supervisor. At least Yuri Bukhenik can say, well, the supervisor above me was Brian Tully. But then his team states, even though Ms. Read claims Tully knew everything, there's no actual proof of this. Do we understand where we are in the phase of this lawsuit? We have not done any discovery yet. So there's not going to be proof of this until we get to discovery. That's what I mean. Some of these arguments, I'm like, you're really reaching for the stars there, guy. You really are. And then he goes on to say, there was no information that was brought to his attention in regards to like any wrongdoing. I told you, chat, you're going to like this. Total gaslighting. I did. Chat is great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes. Hernandez, Cuevas versus Taylor. You guys are freaking awesome. Freaking awesome. So for my law tube, write that down. Okay. All right. Then Casper asks specifically about count number 2 from Karen's complaint, which was the supervisor liability. Because when you are a supervisor, you're supposed to be supervising. She asks, so there was no unbiased investigation. What were the plausibility purposes? Tully's attorney. They were discretionary acts protected under mass courts claims. Then he brought up an example of why they didn't interview the Alberts. He specifically kept saying the Alberts. So I think he was just combining like the Alberts and McCabe's together because obviously Jen and Matt were also inside 34 Fairview Road. Like basically in Karen's claim, and we've heard this before in the criminal trials, why didn't you go in the house and interview them? Or why didn't you just go to the scene? Hello? Because what they don't want to talk about, which wasn't mentioned at all, that we just recently learned from the Canton key swipes, Canton Police Department key swipes, not that Brian Tully was key swiping. Don't take that incorrectly. He did not have a key card for Canton PD. Brian Tully was in Canton PD early on. He didn't just show up to 34 Fairview Road later on for the search. Oh, Lord. Long day. Okay. So he's arguing not interviewing the Alberts. There was no reason to. We didn't have to. They were interviewed later on. Never did they once say if it was inappropriate or not to be interviewing them in their homes when they could have brought them to Canton PD and have it on video. Because clearly from other video footage, we know that they have plenty of body cams. You saw the footage of when they went to seize Karen Reed's cell phones. What was that? January 2024? Right? Yeah? Ish. Okay. Basically that they were deliberately indifferent to the subordinate Proctor. Like they don't have they're not going to be arguing about the Proctor of it all. They take no position. They don't condemn him, but they also don't promote it, right? And basically, they say the amended complaint does not meet the requirement. To which Casper asks about the 1983 claim. Tully's like, there's no supervisor. It doesn't matter. Commonwealth employees have protections. Tully was a Commonwealth employee. Even if there was wrongdoing, he's protected by this case law. Even if Tully failed to act, he still has the protections. His name was only put on this lawsuit because he was their supervisor. You can just picture me taking my notes. I'm like, good Lord. Gross negligence does not meet constitutional violations. Pinning on Proctor. That's a good one. Pinning on Proctor. Proctor the patsy. Proctor the patsy. And then in regards to the emails of Michael Proctor, basically that Tully had no idea this was going on. Like, Tully had no idea this is who Proctor was. I call baloney on that. You spend enough time with someone, you're going to get certain vibes. So that was basically his argument. And you guys can kind of see why I was like, Judge Casper was just like, yeah, no, not buying this. So then Attorney Waters for Karen Reed. Oh, no, I forgot the quote. The quote is at the very top of this. Tully's attorney literally ended his argument by saying, Brian Tully has done nothing wrong here. I don't even want to get into it. All of the things we can say, all of the things that we could say about Brian Tully. If we're specifically only speaking about the John O'Keefe investigation, no. But that is their point, that Brian Tully has done nothing wrong, essentially making him as well a victim. Okay. Also, why wasn't he called for trial too if he was the supervisor? Why'd you call everyone around him? Oh, right, because there was an internal affairs investigation opened up against him. And he was found guilty. Sorry, that's my dog in his cone. He was found guilty of not properly supervising Proctor and Yuri. That's why this motion to dismiss is like, you can try. You can waste the money if you want. Sure. So then Waters, who I so appreciated this. When Tully's attorney was arguing, he just stood up from the table where he was, and there was no microphone. So, and he spoke like a little bit quietly, so it was hard to hear him. And because I was in the last bench, the door was right behind us, and like people kept coming and going. So I was often like crouched forward to try to see if I could hear him and make sure I got everything, because like he didn't go to the microphone. However, when it was Charles Waters for Karen Reed, it was his chance to get up and speak. He asked Judge Casper, do you mind if I go to the podium? And she goes, oh, go ahead. So he took all his papers and he went to the podium, and he even adjusted the microphone so we could all hear him. Although I will say, Waters projects very well. Very similar to how like Alan Jackson knows how to project. So really Waters didn't need the microphone, but I really appreciated the fact that he did. And I'm always thinking about if there were camera footage, obviously we would have been able to hear more of Waters and not Burke for Tully. Okay. So obviously he just went up there and just rejected it all. I just reject all the assertions of everything, right? Okay. In regards to the 12B6 claims, because Tully argued that we just reject this happened. There's no proof, right? Waters goes, counsel can't just reject these claims. Just because you think things didn't happen doesn't mean that they didn't. Again, we're on layman's terms, folks. That literally was Tully's defense. It just didn't happen. And Waters is like, no, you can't just say that. And then Casper asks, and I will say, Casper was much more interjecting with Waters' arguments. And to me, I kind of got the vibe, not that she was choosing the other sides over like Karen's side, but it seems to me because Karen's the one that filed the lawsuit, she wanted more clarity from Karen's team, if that makes sense. Because when I tell you guys, Casper is very fair. Casper was like, there was no unnecessarily like inflection of her tone of voice. Her posture was good. You know, she wasn't overly like dramatic like we've seen with other judges, which again, like I said, I appreciate. So Casper asked in regards to the conclusory, there goes the words again, conclusory allegations. Basically, like they state these as fact, that they are allegations, and you came to the conclusion that they are fact when they are still allegations. Which is then when we get into the case law of it all. So this is when Waters goes fully deep into the theory that Karen has alleged essentially since the beginning, since when Steve Scanlon came in. There were suppression of connections, meaning the connections between the witnesses, the House defendants, and the various police officers. Now, we need to remember this lawsuit is not against Canton PD or Mass State Police. This is against 3 of the Mass State Police officers in their personal capacity, meaning these 3 officers, not the actual entity. So that is a whole different lawsuit. Okay. He went on. We already know these facts about it. So in particular to Tully stood by and he didn't go to the scene, or he didn't secure the scene. They didn't go inside 34 Fairview. They didn't seize the cell phones. They didn't look at the witnesses' bodies for any injuries. 2 cell phones were destroyed. The claims that Karen Reed are bringing are very specific actions. And the Massachusetts Tort Act doesn't impact these claims. Now, I say this all the time when I go to these hearings. I go for all of the reasons. I not only like to be in court because I'm a law nerd, love my EDB, Emily D. Baker. I feel like it's different when you see these things in person. It's kind of like having a job interview over Zoom versus in person. I like to see behaviors, body language, all the things. These are my observations. When Attorney Waters was saying all of these things, every single one of the McCabe's and Alberts noticeably, in my opinion, looked uncomfortable. In my opinion. Touching of the hair, the movements, all of the things. Because when Tully's attorney was arguing, he didn't mention anything about the specifics of the allegations. So when Waters did it, that would have been the first time out loud in this hearing, in a federal courtroom, in front of a federal judge, these claims are being said out loud. Again, my observations. So my notes say they're getting uncomfortable. I noticed the wiggling and the shifting of it all. And then I noticed Yuri Bukhenik, who was sitting there very stoic, did not flinch at all when his name was mentioned. At all. And when I tell you, not even this. No looking sideways. He was just blankly looking forward. And if he's looking forward, Attorney Waters was off to the side. He wasn't in front of him. He didn't even really look at Waters. So I thought that was interesting. So Waters is still arguing, and Judge Casper asked, because Waters had just stated that the Massachusetts Tort Act doesn't impact these claims. To which Casper asked, but he's named in all of these counts, and specifically counts 4 through 7 in the lawsuit are tort claims. To which Waters says, these are intentional torts, not an act of negligence. Okay. The arrest, Karen Reed's arrest, ends the 1983 claims. Well, at least that's what Tully says. Tully did act with Proctor, Yuri, and the House Defendants. If you see my camera moving, it's because my dog is literally, he's got a cone on. It's a long story. I don't want to talk about it. Old dog problems. And he's trying to get to the other side of me. So I apologize, guys. Apologies. He's remixing the camera for us. Okay, where was I? So Waters stated, Tully did in fact act with Proctor, Yuri, and the House Defendants, specifically not only with the investigation, but also and behind the scenes of it all. To which Casper wanted this clarified a little bit more. So she asked, do you mean the conduct of the investigation? To which Waters says, yes, he was the supervisor liability does matter when the subordinates act up. I put act up. I am sure Charles Waters put more nice legal terms. I said act up. Here's another case law. The Salvador case. Again, chat, I said I tried real hard. Sometimes these attorneys talk really fast and it's hard to understand because I didn't have the motion to dismiss in front of me. So chat, if you want to see if anyone can find it. So he didn't state like the year or if it was like Supreme Court or Mass or anything like that. So I apologize. So hopefully someone in chat can find it. Okay. And then let me see. Yeah. That was the end of Waters. He ended with the Salvador case. Then Tully very quickly, well, his attorney very quickly rebutted some arguments. The decision to investigate or not, the decision to investigate or not interview all these witnesses could be negligence, not intentional. Moving the goalpost. And then he didn't really say much, to be completely honest, because this is the end of my notes. He did not harass or coerce Ms. Reed, and there's no factual predicate. That was the end. That was the end of it. Charles Waters did stand up because he wanted to. Oh, I got chat going into the Salvador case. Okay. Charles Waters did try to stand up to rebut again, but then Judge Casper was like, she stated something, some case law or something about going back and forth. And all that she wanted to do was have the motion to dismiss party talk, then Karen's team talk, because obviously it's Karen's lawsuit, and then one more time for a rebuttal, and then end it. That was it. Poor Charles Waters was like, I just want to say a couple more things. But Denise Casper was like, no. Okay. Maybe Salvador. Oh, God, here we go. Battaglia versus United States. A federal tort claims act arising from injury sustained in FEMA temporary housing, Hurricane Katrina. Supervisor liability does matter when subordinate acts up. And then he spoke about the Salvador case. I'm unclear. Oh, God, now the dog is using his squeaky toy. I apologize, chat. Oh. Possibly legalese. If it has to do with something with a supervisor, because that's when he quoted it. Okay. So that was the end of Tully. It really was, honestly, good try. We'll say good try, Tully and Burke. You know, a good try, but truly, I like I said in the beginning of my live, I don't see anything on Tully's end being dismissed. I don't, especially when you look into it that Proctor's not trying to dismiss, and neither is Yuri. So, if all three, maybe they would have a better chance. I think it's a little odd that only one is, but like I said, you try it, you try it. I know chat's like boring. Yay. Oh, here we go, K-Gal. You guys are the best. I love my chat. Commonwealth versus Salvador 2019, something to do with police procedure. That has to be it because it was specifically regarding police supervisor. So I will say now I wish I could put the camera on him because now he's just pouting in the corner. Okay. So I will say when it comes to Tuxbury and Waters arguments back and forth, they were better with the case law, just so you guys know. So I was able to get a little bit more detail. And obviously, this is the more hefty argument. I have 6 pages of notes. So there was a lot that went into all of them, right? Because think about it. There's 5 of them that Tuxbury is defending for. It was a lot. It was a lot. Okay. Why was Yuri there today? It's a good question. Tully's been showing up everywhere recently. It's just some things to make you go, All right. Let me take 2 seconds. A 2-second breather. I want to say thank you to some friends. Okay. Oh, Amelia. Welcome. I know you've been here for a little bit chit-chatting, so I appreciate you becoming a member. Hope you like the duck emoji. I'm just going to say duck emoji because it's my favorite. DK. I love how you can't stop talking and how you can't say goodbye. You're just like me, and I think you're like a lot of us here. Yeah. You're so relatable, and that's why you're so loved. Thank you. I just, and when I'm at a party and I'm like really enjoying myself, I'm usually the last one to leave. I'm always the last one to help cleaning and ducking and do all the things. It's either that or I do the Irish goodbye and I slip out. I guess it depends on where I'm at. But thank you, DK. That's very DK. Oh God. Guys, if I mess up with my words, I'm so sorry. I'm literally running on like 2 hours of sleep, just like last night. And I didn't get to nap. So a mess. Sassy Desk Diaries. Hello. You're so cute. Thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate you. Otto, heck yeah, Otto gifted 5 memberships. Amazing. And congratulations to the 5 of you who got the membership. You'll be able to be in the members live stream. Amazing. I haven't put up the poll. I haven't had time today, so I'll do that tomorrow for you guys. But thank you, Otto. Music to my soul. Wait, I just got here. Start over. Hi, Boozy. I can't. We're going. We're rolling. Rewind or come back. You know what? When the live ends, click out of YouTube, go back a few minutes later. You can watch it on 2x speed if you want, and then also hype the video. Look at me. I'm starting to learn YouTube, guys. Isn't that amazing? Be kind. Hello, friend. Hello, hello. Hello, Boozy. Just got here. Please tell me there's some good news. Well, I think that's good news. Again, my speculation, but I don't, I think Tully's claims are going to go full steam ahead. I don't see Casper getting rid of anything. But again, I'm just a girl that lives in Norfolk County that's been surrounded by a lot of duckery, like the rest of us here that live in Norfolk County. And you know what? It's just my opinion. Just my opinion. All right, let me take a sip because I just did a lot of talking. Okay. Next up is Tewksbury with the House Defendants. I want to go over briefly this psychology-ness of it all. And I know my girl Sam Beningo would love this. I know she would love this. If you don't follow Sam Beningo, you need to. You need to. Her analysis is are freaking incredible. Okay. There's this, I don't want to use the word manipulation, but when someone wants you to believe something, they tend to repeat it over and over and over again. And someone that is good at doing that, well versed at doing that, obviously like an attorney, public speakers, politicians, they'll do it in a way and weave it in a way where all of a sudden you may catch yourself saying or thinking what this person is saying. Now, the reason why I say that is because Tewksbury consistently, over and over and over again in his argument, was calling the group citizen defendants or private citizen defendants. Kept doing it over and over and over again, which gave me a little bit of a giggle because if you remember when Karen first filed this lawsuit, that's what she called them, the House Defendants, because that's what they are. They were in the House and they're defendants. So they're House Defendants. It's quite literally what they are. But of course, there are some people that are their spokespeople, whatever, that try to say like that's defamatory. That it's incorrect. They think all the things. They think this is like this mean term for them, but it's not. It's quite literally what they are: House Defendants. Which, in hindsight, is very funny thinking about it, because if you think of all the things that Proctor and Sean Good, Canton Police Department, all the names they were saying. Well, I'd rather be called a House Defendant than what Goody and Proctor were calling pretty much everyone. Everyone besides, obviously, people that look and think like them. Hindsight, folks, hindsight. All right. So, like I said, over and over and over and over and over again, Tewksbury kept saying, citizen defendants, citizen defendants, citizen defendants. Basically, like I said earlier, liable, Karen Reed wants them to be found liable for speaking to the police. That was it. All right, folks, we can leave now. You know what I mean? Legitimately, that's their argument. That Karen wants to hold the House defendants liable after only the acquittal. I know my chat is going to go crazy after I say the next thing. Because not only did this next thing raise my eyebrows, the lot of the individuals in that room had a very similar reaction. Tuxbury claims not one of his clients has ever said Ms. Reed did it. Not one of them has said prosecute Karen Reed. Not one of them has said continue to prosecute Ms. Reed. I'm letting chat let it out. Let it out. Let it out. For those of you on replay crew, you can always click the live chat button to see what your fellow, I don't know what we can call this community, the fun crew, what your fellow fun crew is saying right now. I just spit out my do. You're right, chat's going insane. They're such scumbags. This is what chat's saying. I bit him, I bit him, I bit him. QL words, L Woods, liar. WTF. Well, what in the world? This is an episode. Such bull. You wrong. What a joke. We have emails, ma'am and sir. Jen literally threatened Morrissey to not testify if he didn't prosecute Karen Reed. The chat defendants. Oh, I love you back, Sunshine. The chat loves you. I love you back. Oh, that's rich. Boozy besties. Not a bad idea. 227. Oh, that is ridiculous. Couldn't believe it. Right, Dennis? FOIA and find out. By the way, if you are ever wanting to see the public records request, my lovely friend and moderator, hold on, let me scroll up for a second. Where's my friend? There she is. Emily C. has spent so much time putting together like the best resource for all of these public records requests. And like I said, I am already 2 requests behind. And I can't wait to dig in my claws that I need to get done. I need to make an appointment. Anyways, she has literally the best website and it's so aesthetically pleasing. Emily, I think what's the www of it all? She'll put it in the chat or someone can put it in the chat. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, Boozy's Beauties are adorable. I like that name too. Okay. Emily C, thank you so much. Love you, love you. Foyer. Foyer. No, it's not Foyer. Booze. FOIA and find out. There goes the dog again. This is a crap show. This is a crap show. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chat, we're rolling with the punches. He's very persistent tonight. He really wants my attention. This is what I get for being in Boston all day. I apologize. I love you. Okay, back to this. So, Tuxbury states that none of his clients have said, Ms. Reed did it. Prosecute her. Continue to prosecute Ms. Reed. And I was sitting next to the very lovely Richie rubber ducky man, Shifra, and Mr. quite as lovely as well. Mr. Dennis Sweeney was next to them, next to Shifa. And I wrote down, now you probably heard that squeak. We have video that says otherwise. And I turned to them and I was like, like emails, video. There's literally a video of Chris Albert, Colin's father, yelling at a girl. I'm pretty sure Turtle Boy got that video, by the way. I'm almost 99.9% positive that was Turtle that got that video. I don't know if they were at the waterfall or something like that, if Chris was at the waterfall and these girls were at the waterfall, but Chris went out to leave and the girls went out at the same time. I'm really not clear on what happened before that, but you can literally hear Chris Albert scream, "Karen killed John." Screaming. You have no idea. Now, what their side attorney would state, Chris Albert is not one of the defendants. But what's interesting, Chris Albert's not a defendant in this federal action, but he was there today. And noted, again missing, was Julie Albert, his wife. She hasn't gone to any of these hearings. Just an observation, doesn't mean I'm saying anything about it. Okay. Guys, we are only at the very beginning of this. Oh, Lord. Tuxbury goes on to state that these are unfounded allegations, that the anti-SLAPP should be claim by claim analysis. Oh, God, what's this word I just wrote? Oh, Lord. There goes my chicken scratch. He was talking so fast. Oh, they never initiated a criminal activity against Karen Reed. And then, out of all of his clients he brings up Nicole as an example. Which is funny, because if you're just thinking about all of the players in all of this, if you on like the spectrum of it all, I guess you could say like Nicole did the least when it comes to the claims against her with all of the criminal trial things of it all. I guess you could say Nicole did the least, I guess. But there's still those questionable phone calls that now we know from one of Karen's interviews that was released from public records request. Oh, don't want to text about it. Oh. Don't want to text about it. Oh my God. Oh, hi. Hi, Romy. Oh God, my chat's going crazy. Sorry. I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside. He was hit by a vehicle and there was tail light found next to him. Okay. So we're specifically speaking about Nicole of it all, right? The phone calls, Jen McCabe's early morning phone calls. So at 4:55 a.m. from Kaylee's phone, John O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee and Karen call Jen. Or was it like 4:53 a.m. because then at 4:55, Jen calls Julie Albert, but there was no pickup that was seen on Jen's phone call logs. But in Julie Albert's interview with Proctor, she states that's when she found out about John dying. Then there were, I don't know if it was a couple more calls between Karen and Jen. This is before Karen left John's house. Then, I remember this specifically because I did detailed research on this. Either Jen calls Kaylee or Kaylee calls Jen. Then right afterwards, Karen and Jen speak again, which basically lets us know that Karen and Kaylee were no longer together. So at that point, Karen had already gone down to the garage and was exiting John's. So Karen and Jen hang up. At 5:07 a.m., Karen is seen pulling out of One Meadows, John's house. Guess who Jen calls right then? Right after hanging up with Karen? Nicole. Remember they say that phone call never happened? Well, I shouldn't say they because Nicole didn't testify for trial too. Jen said that call didn't happen. But in the interview that we just got in the FOIA and find out of it all, Jen, in one of the other phone calls after that, when Karen is driving around and she's looking for John, before she goes to Jen's, before all this, in this interview, Karen says that Jen says, "Oh, I just talked to my sister and John's not there." So I find it interesting in the very beginning of all of these arguments in this case, he specifically is calling out or pinpointing to Nicole and not Brian Higgins or Brian Albert. Because why would you want to talk about clients that destroyed their cell phones? Brian Higgins destroyed his cell phone. There's no arguing on that. There's literally no arguing on that. And then they'll say in their argument that, Brian Albert traded in his cell phone. Anywho, they never threatened or harassed Karen Reed. And then he gave another example. Same with Matthew McCabe. Matthew McCabe never threatened or harassed Karen Reed. It's so interesting. It's like you're going to pinpoint to Matt McCabe or Jen McCabe. So then you go to Matt because there's less allegations against Matt versus Jen. This is what I mean when you go to these hearings and you start seeing these arguments, you go, "Oh, that's it's an interesting choice." Okay. So then Casper interjects, and she wanted to know specifically in regards to the claim of civil conspiracy and also the intentional infliction of emotional distress claims. To which Tuxbury made a note that in Karen's filing, they specifically mentioned the moving of John O'Keefe's body. Basically saying, he's trying to say like that never happened. And the claims that she's saying, Karen, in this lawsuit, can't survive malicious investigation. There was no malicious investigation, he's saying. It also fails on the intentional infliction of emotional distress claims And it's also, it fails on, it fails on intentional infection, emotion, distress. And it's not anti-slap. Oh God, now chat is talking about Matt McCabe. I'm going to keep going because I have 6 pages to get through. Okay. He briefly mentions, God, this was another moment in the courtroom. He briefly mentions the destruction of the cell phones, to which Tewksbury claims is a red herring. I need a sip. Alluding that it's not really a thing. The destructions of cell phones really aren't a thing. Like I said, if you want to argue for Brian Albert when he got the preservation order for the cell phone, to which he didn't even know the date until in the voir dire in trial 1. We don't know what a voir dire is. It's when in the middle of the case, they have the jury leave. It doesn't have to happen in just the trial, by the way. It can also happen at other times. But just for this example, they kick the jury out and they do basically like private questioning. And it was during the voir dire that Alan Jackson, who was cross-examining Brian Albert, had to say the date of the preservation order. Because right before the voir dire, Brian Albert was being a little dodgy about it. So it wasn't until the voir dire, when the date was said, then the jury comes back in after the voir dire. Now, all of a sudden, Brian Albert knew the exact date that he got rid of his cell phone. Traded in his cell phone. Sorry. So the destruction of the cell phones are a red herring, according to Tewksbury. And then, how dare they? I should say, house dare they? He mentions the Google search. 2:27 a.m. Google search is the most slanderous claim of them all. Because it was proven in trial that Jen McCabe didn't Google search. He mentions Ian Whiffen, and then he mentions that they didn't call Richard Green for trial 2. Personally, I think the most slanderous out of all the claims and all the things that have been going on since January 29, 2022 was saying that Karen Read killed John O'Keefe. And individuals till this day still call Karen Read Killer Karen after her acquittal. He goes on to state that there was no wrongful death cause. Okay. Law chat, lawyer friends. He quotes Supreme Court case Merck, and I put a question mark, Merck or Burke. Let me see if he quotes it again at all. Sanchez, Burke v. Choi. It might be like literally like Merck. Oh, and just so you guys know too, Tewksbury, when he was doing his arguments, he went up to the podium, but he kept stepping away from it. And then his body language was very interesting. And we actually talked about this afterwards when we were chit-chatting outside. He would face the judge, and then he would like go like this and like open up his whole posture and like open up his arm, because right behind him in the first bench, like I said, were his clients. So he wasn't, if the judge is here and his clients are here, he was technically mainly arguing in this direction, like an angle direction. So there were at times he was speaking, and I was like, crap, what did he just say? Anyways, based off this case law, he states that Karen Read has no argument of factual statements, and basically saying that Karen claimed that by these witnesses repeatedly saying John O'Keefe did not enter the home, that is what helped initiate the investigation and the framing of Karen Read. So he's trying to state that by this case law, that completely falls flat, that argument that she's trying to say or have that claim against them. And then he also mentions the I hit him as well as another example of a quote. Each House defendant is entitled to the dismissal. They only told statements to police department. This is completely retaliation. On the 12B6, they have absolute immunity, even if statements were made with malice. So he moved from either like they didn't make certain statements or do certain things that Karen is claiming. And even if they made statements with malice, they still have immunity and shouldn't be sued. Oh, don't even get me on the feds. Don't even get me on Adam Deitch knocking on Jennifer McCabe's door and she immediately saying that her name is Nicole. And then proceeds to say, after a phone call by, I don't know if it was Levy, Deitch, whoever showed up at her house, after them specifically saying, hey, are you home? Can we come back? And she says, sure, give me 10 minutes. And in that 10-minute time frame, she calls 5 people that she claims like 30 minutes later in the interview with these federal investigators that she didn't remember who she just called 30 minutes prior. Let me see if I can get all 5 people at the top of my head who she called. She called the Norfolk County DA's office. She said her witness advocate. So I'm assuming Steve Nelson, because that's who she was texting with. Then she called Peggy O'Keefe, John O'Keefe's mother, Brian Albert. Who else am I missing? Matt McCabe, Peggy, Brian Albert, Norfolk County DA's office, Carrie Roberts. I want to know if any of them picked up. That's a lot of people to call in 10 minutes. That's a lot of people to call. Okay. Then after saying where we ended up that they should have absolute immunity, Judge Casper asks, well, the immunity doctrine is not just testimony, but also statements. And she quotes, I love my chat if you can find this case. Corrales case. It's a Supreme Court case. I don't know how to spell it. I spelled it as C-O-R-A, Cora, because I was thinking of Chloe. Because Chloe's name was Cora. Basically, she just says the immunity doctrine is not just on testimony, but also statements. So it's not just based on what they said in proceedings or in interviews. It's also just like blanket statements, right? And those statements could be anywhere, whether it's outside non-police interviews, text messages, emails, those type of things. Okay. So then Tuxbury says, if this is allowed, what's to stop other acquitted defendants from also suing everyone? Judge, if you allow the claims against my clients to continue, That's going to set a precedent. And then this case is going to become case law that other people who have been acquitted that are trying to sue innocent witnesses are going to be able to quote this case in layman's terms. Okay. He also mentions that Karen Reed mentioned that they also gave statements to the EMTs, but in the complaint, they didn't give any specific quotes in regards to who spoke to the EMTs, exactly what they said, etc. of it all. Karen Reed claimed the investigation started when Lank showed up. Oh, Deirdre got it. Corliss. Oh, I did not spell this right in my notes. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you, Deirdre. So Deirdre says Corliss versus Bennett, 9th Circuit, 2009, is a First Amendment free speech case. Aha. Although more specifically, it's about expressive conduct rather than spoken words. Oh. Huh. 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 Well, that's interesting that Casper brought that up. Probably because they brought it up in their filing. Okay. Thank you, Deirdre. My chat is the friggin' best. Friggin' best. There's almost 1,600 of you. Make sure you have liked the live stream for me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Ongoing. Oh, sorry. Okay. So Karen Reed claims in her filing that the investigation started when Mike Lank showed up. So Mike Lank, Canton Police Department. Who was at the scene before Lank showed up? Well, so we have Karen, Jen, Kerry. We then have Saran Wrap. I always mess up his name. I'm actually happy I pronounced it right for the first time. Then it was Mulaney. Then it was Goody. Then it went, hold on, here I am thinking again. In regards to Canton PD, Saraf, Mulaney. I don't know if it was the ambulance that came next or one of the fire trucks. The ambulance pulled up right behind Saraf, so it was the ambulance. And then Goody showed up. But by the time Goody showed up, the ambulance was already there. The fire truck was already there. And then also the other like EMT vehicle was also there as well. Okay. So Karen Reed is saying that the police investigation didn't start until Lank showed up, which makes sense. Okay. I just need to clear this for a second because it's just in my way. Okay, cool. All right. From there, he says that Karen is relying on all statements for the case. And here comes another case law. You guys can see why I was like, my head started exploding because I was like, he keeps quoting all these case laws and I don't really know what he's talking about. And it was frustrating to me. McDonough case law. It's another Supreme Court case. McDonough, I think he also quoted it somewhere else. Let me see if I can find it somewhere else in my notes real quick. I know they quoted again. I feel like by the time I try to look through my notes, chat's going to find it. We'll go on what he talks about with this case. Okay. Crap. Sorry. I got too many freaking pages. Okay. Anyways, back to it. This McDonough case, he states that in that specific case law doesn't support basically using all of the statements prior to Mike Lank showing up, basically, like in layman's terms. Because if he's basically trying to say like the statements from when I got out of this shouldn't start until Lank shows up. You know what I mean? Which then, if you think about it, Lang doesn't show up till later. I think Lang doesn't show up until, I think it was like 6:25 a.m. because Goody got there around 6:15, 6:16 a.m. So if that's the case, and they're trying to say Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that would have been before Lang showed up. Unless they're trying to claim now that she kept yelling it over and over and over and over again. I don't know. They bring up 12b6 again. Each claim is barred by failure to state a claim, and they need to plead each initiated criminal proceeding against them. Oh my God, chat's so fun. You guys are cracking me up. Okay. And then I put in my notes, keeps calling them private citizen defendants. Every single time he would just, when he was opening up his body language, he'd be like, private citizen defendants, citizen defendants. Okay. Another case law in Degree versus Andrew. Something about the police went to, like the live stream, the police went to the House Defendants. The Commonwealth went to the House Defendants. There are no allegations that any of his clients, private citizen defendants, approach any police without first being approached. Well, speaking of Mike Lank, we could bring up the fact that there were no testimony in regards to Jen and Carrie Roberts going to Lank's house until the federal TUI documents were handed over to both the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and Karen's team. Or maybe Karen's team got it and then Karen gave it to the DA's office. You know what I mean? But it was via the Fed documents that they actually, Kevin from South Boston, this honestly, truly, I said this last time, like one of my favorite accounts. You wrong. Wrong. You're wrong. No, Kev, you're wrong. Anyways, so in these federal documents, that's the only reason why we even know that Jen and Carrie went to Lank's house. They never testified to doing that. Which, even just that one thing, that one thing where he says, where is it again? The police went to them. The Commonwealth went to them. There are no allegations that they approached any police. They quite literally went to a Canton police detective's house. And to be fair, I know they're going to say, well, that was to drop off Carrie's daughter. Jen went into Lank's house. I can't. Okay. So he says that in Karen's filings, essentially what they're trying to do is make them more than witnesses. And he says, quote, wants to transform them into state actors. Basically, they're working, acting upon the state's interest, essentially. Any of the relationships with the House defendants is pure speculation. I can't. He was so trying to distance any of the police from his clients. He was really fighting this. And it actually, I don't know if it was Hank, I'm pretty sure it was Hank Brennan during one of the pre-trials where he was trying to fight some of this coming in or something in regards to some of the connections. But it was a someone of a someone's brother, uncle-in-law, blah, blah, blah. You remember like those crazy things, like trying to distance these witnesses from the police as much as they could? That's literally what Tewksbury did. Because he mentioned the Proctor relationship, but he didn't mention to who. He didn't put a name to it. So, you know, a so-and-so, a so-and-so, a so-and-so. I think he actually literally said sister-in-law, but he didn't say Courtney Proctor or Julie Albert. He said Proctor, like the lead investigator's sister is friends with, you know, or Brian Albert's, something ridiculous like that. I'm like, come the fuck on now. You can't keep distancing Courtney from Julie. You can't do it. You really can't do it. All you need to do is talk to anyone in town that has known them since high school. On top of Goody, as well as some other individuals we don't need to bring up right now. Okay, anyways, moving on. The friendships here are basically all speculative. There's no proof of any of these relationships. And basically then they just jumped to these conclusions that they all worked together, that they all, I mean, it's tale as old as time. We already know these arguments. There's not friendships, there's no relationships, there's no marriages. And then they take these relationships that aren't really a thing and they jump to the conclusion that everyone's working together. It's like in the O'Keefe lawsuit, that whole false narrative of it all. I mean, he kind of took verbiage from that complaint and is kind of rewording it in his argument here. Okay. Sanchez case, chat. Another case law if you want to look up. Specifically, this case, he goes, the Sanchez case was about like state actors. And then the Massachusetts civil rights claim, Karen Reed says that there were threats, intimidation, or coercion. God damn. And then he actually went into the legal definitions of threat, harassment, intimidation, blah, blah, blah. And then goes on to say there's no allegation basically of threats, harassment, intimidation. And then he goes on to say again that this was all retaliation. Now, throughout this, let me see. Okay. Throughout this, I was also kind of just looking at the crowd and just like seeing what's going on here. I noticed that Nicole and Brian at random times they were like whispering to one another. But what I also found interesting, if you're looking forward, right? Because Nicole and Brian were like kind of basically right in front of me. There was 2 rows and then it was their row. And Nicole and Brian were like very, very close. Now, obviously, they're going to be people like, hello, they're married. Of course, they're going to be close. Duh. But it was interesting because they weren't just like shoulder to shoulder, like right next to each other. Like Nicole was leaning like into Brian. It could just my observation. I'm not saying anything else than that. But I just found that like interesting. I don't know. I'm obviously not in their heads. I don't know what's going on. But then I noticed that at one of the times, Nicole whispered to Brian, they kept looking over to the side. And I don't know if they were looking at someone in particular or something, but again, that's just something that I observed throughout Tuxbury's arguments. Let me see, what else did I see? Oh yeah, I mentioned the body language to you guys. And then I mentioned that throughout Tuxbury's argument, Judge Casper did, like I said, did ask about a couple of things that I went over, but she wasn't too, I don't want to use the word intrusive at all, but like she wasn't interjecting as much. And I think the reason why is because Tuxbury is very good at continuing to speak. He talks and he talks. He's a talker. Tuxbury's a talker. But he was, I almost like want to say like very much on his toes. He was very like very little downtime. Like I'm even surprised Tuxbury was breathing. Like that's how quickly he was talking, and that's how many words were coming out of his mouth. Like, so he was very much of like, and then this, and then this, and this case law, and this, and this, and this, and this. It was very fast. It was very, very fast, which is why some of my notes look so bad because it's very chicken scratchy. Which is a little bit different from what I noted with Charles Waters. Let me see. Okay. So that essentially ended James Tuxbury's arguments. So you can tell he ended it, which would be like on a strong note, specifically by mentioning the legal terms of threat, harassment, intimidation, coercion, and then like obviously the retaliation of it all. Karen filed this to retaliate against witnesses who were just doing what the police told them to do. These arguments were decently long too, which I appreciate. I like all the things. Okay. Now we're going to get into Charles Waters. 2 seconds. I want to say thank you, Goblin Misfit. I didn't look up the trademark or copyright to see if I can make a gremlin emoji, but I need to. I'm going to forever think of that now when I see you, Goblin Misfit. I hope you're not mad at that because I love your little avatar. It's so cute. Thank you, Ms. Jules Florida. She gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Welcome to everyone that got a membership. Oh, thank you. Oh, it's credit. I did this last time. I'm just going to call you Strains for fun because Strains is easier than Strains. Credit. Not going to do it. Not today, Satan. Not today. Thank you for gifting 1 membership. Congratulations to whoever received it. I'm having very difficult time with speaking. Sketty Stain. What up, Boozy? I just got home from bartending. Oh, man. 10 years in the industry here, babe. I understand that. And would like to throw drinks at everyone, but I'll have a drink instead. Cheers, babe. Cheers, babe. I love that. Peace, y'all. Who was sitting with House Defendants in the front row? So no one was sitting next to Brian Albert on the end because it literally went Brian, Nicole, and then like a weird little space, Chris, Jen, Matt, and then I think it was Matt's sister. Don't quote me on that. I could be totally wrong, but they were just very like friendly towards one another. And I think that was it on that bench. I don't know if anyone sat next to the woman on the end. And then I also believe Matt's brother was there too. And the only reason why I think that's Matt's brother is because A, they look alike, and B, they were again friendly towards one another. Like when they were leaving and stuff. Like they were outside when they exited the building as a group. He was with them. But yeah, that was it. That was it. All right, guys, let's get into Karen's rebuttal. Ah. Ah. Mhm. Okay, so the very first case that he brings up, thank you, by the way. I don't know if Karen or her team watch anything. I have no idea. I just want to put it into the ether. Thank you, Mr. Waters, for actually saying the full name of this case and also the date. Thank you, because you're going to make it so much easier for all of us to understand this. So he starts in his response rebuttal. It is Burla versus Choi, which was just decided in the Supreme Court January of 2026. So this is like totally brand spanking new, just decided. But then before Waters could even say anything, Judge Casper was like, well, that's not a slap statute. Waters is like, correct. It's a medical malpractice. But the reason why he's quoting it is because there's a requirement at pleading that they had to supply an affidavit. And then Casper says the cases haven't really been addressed. So to me, what I got by Casper asking multiple questions like this is she was trying to understand the correlation between this Burla v. Choi case and how it relates to Karen's claim and also how it relates to the reason why these claims shouldn't be dismissed against the House defendants, the private citizen defendants. Waters says that the Supreme Court was ultimately concerned about rules 8 and 12. The required pleadings state with evidence of merit violates rule 8 and 12. But the Supreme Court struck down that decision. And I want to shout out to, let's see, who mentioned this case? Corey Hopkins mentioned this next case. I believe Brother Counsel Martin was talking about this case. Those are the two lawyers off the top of my head that I know that mentioned. Bristol. Snaps. Snaps for our friends that help us out who are not attorneys to try to help us understand what exactly is going on here. So he mentions Massachusetts anti-SLAPP, the Bristol case, specifically the second stage that is required, where submit evidence and then it's decided by the court. But if there's zero evidence, then there's a loss. And this Bristol case relates to the Burla v. Choi case. These are really hard last names. Because the Supreme Court used the same thinking. Oh, is it Burke versus Choi? Boozy. It's Burke versus Choi. What is Burla? Why did I Burla? That has to do with, oh Lord, that is an old pretrial and Nicholas Guarino thing with the extraction of Karen Reed's black box data, EDR data in her SUV. That just came from the pit of my brain. Sorry, chat. Correction. The case is Burke versus Choi. So what Waters is saying is that the Supreme Court in the Bristol case law is the same thinking in the Burke versus Choi, which was just decided January 2026. So even though the Burke versus Choi case, which is not a SLAPP statute, is medical malpractice, it has similar Supreme Court things of it all between the two cases. And then Casper, this made me go, aw. Casper goes, I understand, dear. It was a very cute moment. Very cute moment. Okay. So then Waters goes on regarding, I believe he's still talking about Bristol here. I think. So he goes, because he just mentioned stage two. Now he's talking about back to the beginning of stage one. Stage one has to show substantial conduct. The House Defendants argued that they said this as a fact. Each of them spoke to the police department and testified. Okay, I see what he was doing here. He was smart. He was taking an item in their claim, their opposition, their motion to dismiss, not opposition, their motion to dismiss, and twisting it and using it for his own benefit. I love this. This shit is so fun to me. Okay, anyways, so he said that the House Defendants argued as a fact that each of them spoke to the police department and testify. And that the facts allege certain things, which he says it's not true. The simple plan was executed to exonerate themselves and would tell everyone that John O'Keefe never entered the home, including moving the body, the Ford Edge. And then he was interrupted by Casper. And she goes, other than petitioning activity, how is it relevant to malicious prosecution against civilian defendants? So now you guys can see what I said at the beginning of the live when I said Judge Casper was fair in that when she was asking questions about case law and how it relates to the case, she really did it with everyone. Truly. She did it with Tully's attorneys, she did it with Karen's attorneys, and she did it with the House Defendants attorneys. So other than the petitioning activity is protected things that you and I can do in the United States. If you watch the hearing about the morning hearing, right? There was a lot of that mentioned. Petitioning activity. So that's what she was asking here. So he said in relation to that, where am I? I lost my train of Casper. Okay, here we go. Waters states, they did this to free themselves, to get Karen Reed arrested, and then provided false evidence. So what he's saying is, first and foremost, by continually saying John O'Keefe never entered the home, that was the very beginning of framing Karen Reed, essentially. And then all the other things, all the other evidence you all can think of. There's lots. We don't need to get into all the pieces of evidence because there's a lot that you could use as examples that falsified, made up, changed, whatever. So then Casper goes, the best case for absolute immunity. Oh God, I cannot read my handwriting. Not approaching to civilians. Best case for absolute immunity. What does he say? He mentions another SJC case. Someone versus Paul. I don't know if it's Mayberg, McDonough. And then she goes, in regard to that case law, does that case involve civilians? So she specifically was asking in relating it to this case because they obviously private citizen defendants. Does the case that you are stating for this argument involve civilians? And Waters, this is where I was a little disappointed because he goes unclear. I wish he would have known that case law. I wish. I'm pretty sure it was in their amended complaint. It was probably in one or the other, the amended complaint. So obviously Casper would be able to read it in their filing as it correlates to whatever they're saying, and then be able to research it on herself. Me personally, I wish he did have that like ready to go. Simply because Tuxbury, like I said, was able to just ramble on and on and on and mention all these cases and be on the tip of his toes and like being excited about it. I wish Waters was able to just recite exactly what that case law was. But he does go on to say, even disregarding the case, essentially, it doesn't change the underlying of this case, that there's falsified statements to the police department, and then the police department used those statements to only look into Karen Reed. You see how he's flowing into that? And he goes on. 12b-6, absolute immunity. Keep going over it over and over again, right? There's no immunity of falsified statements to the police, aka if you lie to the police, you lose said immunity. As an example, the 911 phone call by Jennifer McCabe at 6:04 a.m. There's a man passed out in the snow. And then Waters goes, she knew prior to that. She knew John O'Keefe didn't just pass out in the snow. She knew. There's no judicial proceedings at that point, aka Jen saying this did so without any judicial proceedings. And because she knew that all of this was going down, whatever happened to John O'Keefe at whatever time, if you believe it's 12:24 a.m. or 12:32 a.m., whatever time you think, that she knew what had happened, and that John O'Keefe's body was dragged outside on the 34 Fairview front lawn, and you know the story from there. So her saying in the 911 phone call, there was a man passed out in the snow, and she knew prior. She didn't say this in like an interview. She said this on a 911 phone call. Because this wasn't done in a court setting, there's no immunity, therefore, these statements. Because remember, they said, Tuxbury said earlier in his argument, in his motion to dismiss, that Karen Reed says the investigation didn't start until Lank showed up. Smart. All of these statements were prior to any investigation starting. And then in regards to like statute of limitations, there's clearly a wrongful prosecution. Here's the McDonough case. I knew I wrote it somewhere else. McDonough versus Smith, 2019. I don't have it written down if it's Massachusetts or Supreme Court. So it's McDonough versus Smith, 2019 case. And in that case, he states that all statements are relevant until the prosecution is over. And so for Karen Reed, this prosecution wasn't over until June 2025. So we're going to include all of the statements, all of the things from January 29, 2022, all the way until, well, I don't remember the date at the top of my head. Was it June 18th, 2025? Around there. You guys get the gist. Okay. Casper asks, The House Defendants' argument are on the initiation of the prosecution. So they claim this shouldn't start this argument until Karen Read gets arrested. And with the 1983 conspiracy, count 5, the House Defendants common law, and basically the element is that they initiated. She's asking this. Waters says, House Defendants initiated the prosecution by casting Karen Read as a suspect. Basically, they misrepresented what Karen Read said, and then he went on to have more examples. The phone destruction, the Google search. And then, because of all of that, Proctor only focused on Karen Read. So Casper says, best case for first element against eventual plaintiff. Basically, she said, not sold on House Defendants accepting all of these allegations. But then she goes, I clearly have to. She has to take something as fact. She's looking at the complaint or whatever, has to say that that is fact. But then she asked, how is the first element satisfied? Which Waters says, they claimed or casted Karen Read as the suspect, not a suspect, the suspect. And then our good old friend, Lucky the plow driver. Lucky did not see the body at 2:30 a.m. Then at 3:30 a.m., there was a Ford Edge parked outside. To where then later at 6 a.m., Karen Read found John O'Keefe. Also, he says included in that, you could consider interactions with the first responders. First responders would mean both Canton PD and Canton Fire Department. With the 1983 civil conspiracy, it states that they aren't state actors, that there are pre-existing allegations. And then he started quoting like all of the Proctor things. 0 chance of skating, cut and dry, blah, blah, blah. And he made a final point that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were police officers. Well, I guess you could say Brian Albert is a retired police officer. And Brian Higgins, as far as we know, is still an ATF agent. So, but then we're almost done, guys. Casper asks in regards to Waters saying that the 1983 civil conspiracy, they aren't state actors, because that's what the House Defendants are saying. They're saying they're just civilians. But there are pre-existing allegations, and that the two Brians are cops. Casper says 1983 violation of Karen Read's rights, but also malicious prosecution. Like, what claim in this proves that there was a violation of Karen's rights and also this malicious prosecution in regards to the House Defendants? To which Waters says count 3. And to which he says Karen's arrest and detention is coercive. He also mentioned another case. It's one of the names is David, and it's a 2019 Massachusetts case. He also mentions Sarvis case. And in the Sarvis case particularly, the defendant, not the arresting officer, initiated the Okay, hold on. Oh, because she was asking specifically about the Sarvis case. Okay, that's where this note came from. So with the Sarvis case, the defendant was not an arresting officer. Instead, it was a complaining party. Because at some point during Tuxbury's argument, this also got brought up briefly, but it was so brief that it wasn't even worth mentioning. It really was a nothing burger. Like, he really didn't talk about it. So he's trying to make Judge Casper understand why the Sarvis case is relevant, essentially. And also he says that because of that Sarvis case law, this qualifies under Massachusetts Civil Rights Acts. Then he moved on to the intentional infliction emergency, paging Dr. B. Thank you, Emily D. Baker, for using that as a song in your chat, because now that randomly pops in my head. And I have not heard that song in like a decade. And then I heard Emily use it. And now whenever I hear emergency, I think of that song. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. Basically saying that they helped frame an innocent person, and it obviously is outrageous because it needs to be like outrageous and blah, 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 blah by the legal definition. And then there's no rule that supports their argument. And then came Tuxbury, which thankfully this is a heck of a lot shorter. So he mentions again case law. Can you guys see how towards like middle to end of this, I really was like, WTF. There's so much case law, and like I'm just like my head is exploding. I really needed more clarity on these cases, but obviously they weren't talking to us. They were talking to the judge. So they didn't have to. I just wish they did so I could understand more without having to do even more research. I did like 4 days straight of knee-deep research. Brain is gonna go kaboom. Okay. All right. So Tuxbury was like, I'm going to keep this short. Okay. He mentioned another case law. He just says the Coheen case 2010 is identical to Massachusetts case law, and also the Burke case. And then he specifically noted Rule 12 and 5B. In regards to anti-SLAPP, claiming provided false statements, this rises and falls. There's no allegation after Karen Reed's arrest. Hold on, wait a second. They didn't include any allegations regarding any of these people after Karen Reed's arrest. That's not true. That's not true. The House Defendants had no active role in the prosecution. Oh, okay. So he's trying to say that after they gave their statements and then Karen Reed was arrested, they were hands off. They didn't influence the criminal trials at all. The FBI, al dente. Okay. The House Defendants had no active role in the prosecution. Do we need to bring up Steve Nelson? Or how about DA Michael Morrissey's hostage video? Mm-hmm. 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 In regards to John O'Keefe's body being moved, that lacks good faith basis. And then he mentioned this, and I was like, all right, come the fuck on. Like, for a lot of these, I was like, okay. Obviously, a few times I was like, bro, you're really reaching here. He mentions Brian Higgins being at the Canton Police Department as like this like nonchalant thing. Like Brian Higgins was just there to do, he didn't say administrative work, but that's what we know because that's what was claimed in the interview. Brian Higgins was just there to move cars and do administrative work. He moved one vehicle completely to another spot. He then moved his own truck up like a couple of inches. He testified he did not go into dispatch, but he did. He said he didn't speak to anyone after leaving 34 Fairview, but he's seen on this video footage very much so on his phone, texting or Google searching, who knows, what I'm doing something on his phone like this and also this. But he's just trying to say it was nonchalant. Brian Higgins was just at the Canton Police Department. And Brian and Nicole were just in bed. First of all, if you are going to bring up Brian and Nicole in bed, we need to talk about the butt dials and the hungry butts and all of it. Because Nicole said after everyone left, she just went to bed. She went fast asleep. Brian Albert was trying to say that he inadvertently made a butt dial to Nicole, who claimed she was sleeping, accidentally made this phone call because they were having intimate things. And then Brian Higgins said, oh, well, I didn't call him back. That was a butt dial back. But if you're specifically talking about Tuxbury saying it was so nonchalant, like Brian and Nicole were just in bed. Where's the butt dials? If you're going to bring that up, you have to talk about the hungry butts. You have to. You have to. You can't just say Nicole and Brian are in bed and then not talk about the butt dials. I'm sorry. I can't. You have to bring it up. You have to fucking bring it up. Excuse my French. I did so good. I lasted 2 hours and 32 minutes. Damn, it was so close to 2:27. 2 hours and 32 minutes without swearing. Anyways. He says for Tux, where he goes on, there's no cases where private citizens are held liable, like obviously like witnesses when they have their testimonies, whatever, their interviews, they're never held liable. You see how you see how he's trying to kind of make their just in lack of terms, their connections to the case, like very bottom of the barrel, like they're just witnesses. They didn't do anything, which again, we've seen time and time again. But then on the flip side, you have Karen's team, Waters in this case, who was arguing, Karen's team saying that, oh, no. They're not just civilians. They're not just witnesses. They are actors of the state. Because they were, in his words, you know, they were very much involved with the prosecution of Karen Read. Oh, and he also said that in her filing, there was no allegations towards the 911 phone call. I'm going to have to pull up these motions to dismisses again. Not tonight. It's been too long. And then compare and contrast and then come back to you guys and really go into this more. Okay, anyways. So in regards to absolute immunity. Really? So in regards to absolute immunity, the defendants initiated contact with police or police came to them. There's no proof the House defendants initiated contact with police. Okay. And then Casper asks about the Starvis case because that case apparently had to do with a private citizen. And then Tuxbury says, well, Waters kept saying inference and there's no proof. Again, he keeps saying there's no proof of this, there's no proof of that. We're literally at the very beginning of this case. That is, in my opinion, when you say like, oh, that's not proof, that is such like low when it comes to an argument. So he goes, Waters kept saying inference and there's no proof. To which Casper says, but private individuals interacted with the police department. Basically saying, there doesn't need to be an inference. You can be a private citizen and still initiate contact with the police department. But also, even if the police department, police officers initiate contact, that information that goes back and forth doesn't necessarily mean it's like for an interview or testimony or whatever. Basically saying, like in layman's terms, like my favorite, I hope none of you are playing a drinking game when I say layman's terms, because I think I've probably said that 30 times tonight, which I apologize. So as an example, if we're thinking of, okay, we'll just bring up Jen, Kerry, and Lank. That obviously, whatever happened there wasn't for the investigation. Lank didn't call, well, at least we don't friggin' know. Lank, there's no report of Lank calling over Kerry and Jen for a statement. You know what I mean? Jen and Kerry went to Lank's on their own accord. But you guys can get a better feel now, right, of Casper? Like she should, and I'm not going to call it poking. She was very kind in just wanting clarity. So then Tuxbury says after all of that, oh, absolutely. But that's a very high bar. He's like, you're right, Judge. You're right, Judge, but that's like very hard to prove. No, it's not. Just give us the phones. Just give us the phones. I'm sure there's nothing wrong. There's nothing there, right? So he goes, absolutely, but that's a very high bar. It's all speculation. Again, there's no proof. And basically just downplaying the relationships. They are grasping at straws. And suffered in silence. Okay. Just because someone is not outwardly screaming things does not mean they are silent. Just because things are in text messages or phone calls or Discord servers or voice chat rooms in Discord servers doesn't mean you are silent. And then that was the end of that. To which Casper says, I have a fair amount to think about. She did not rule from the bench. And then we were done with it. And just like that, So, I do have some videos for you guys, thankfully from Grant, as well as a little bit of media reporting. Unfortunately, obviously, there was no cameras like I started this live off with. So, the best media reports, that is the most thorough compared to the other mainstream media. But again, I understand anyone that works in mainstream that they're kind of limited on what they can say. So I get it, which is why I do want to go to these things so that I can get as many notes as possible and try to fill in all of the blanks so we can actually understand what's going on here, because Norfolk County is in shambles and we have a district attorney election coming up. Okay, chat. Yeah, that was it for the hearing, because all that it was on was the two motions to dismiss, Brian Tully and then the House Defendants. So I do have videos for you guys that I want you to see, just so we can get even more clarity. And I think what I'm going to have to do, because I've already been on a bit, I want to go over the morning hearing on another live so I can give it more love. Because I really like Aiden's attorney. I really, really like his attorney. I like the way that he speaks. Anyways, we'll go into it another time. All right, so let me pull these up too. Let me just say thank you, Juice Life. Thank you so much for sharing today's event. You are so appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. It's worth it. It's worth it, so that at least we're all in the loop as much as we can be. Not perfect, but we can try to be as precise as possible. Lola, the Chihuahua. Motion to refer to Tully as Teletully. You know what? Do it. Do it. Scooby-Doo! Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Let me pull up. Oh, yeah. People are talking about Aiden's attorney now. So Aiden's attorney is the civil attorneys, obviously, because it was a motion dismissed in the civil case. Okay. Let me. Okay. All right. So I want to show you what it was like right after when they were walking out. I'm pretty sure this is my video. Okay. So this is my video just showing you the crowd outside. So as you can see, there was a decent amount of people there, and I pulled this from Reddit. So thank you, whoever's on Reddit. I appreciate you, like tenfold. So that was when that video I just showed you of mine, and then this was when it was after the hearing, and they were all walking out. Tuxbury made a very minimal statement, and then they just walked away. There wasn't really anything else to it. Okay. Now, there was an interview with Yuri's attorney that I did want to pull, because he says some things where I'm like, my guy, what are you saying? All right, let me get myself out of the way again. So, of course, thank you to Grant. If you don't already subscribe to him, please do. We love Grant here. And I was able to have like a tiny bit of extra time that I was able to clear up some of the audio, because the audio was very windy. So I was able to do that for us so we can hear. So let's pull this. Chat, you may go a little crazy. So just a forewarning here. He makes some interesting statements. Just a forewarning. Get your popcorn ready, okay, guys? All right, here we go.
Your client?
What do you want to know?
How do you think the proceeding went?
Well, it's nothing to do with my client. Certainly,
Well, yeah, but you were there. Your client was there.
I mean, how'd it go? I think these are really powerful legal arguments. We're at a very early stage.
That's what I was going to say. Would you agree it's highly unlikely to be dispositive at this point? These kinds of
It's highly
motions?
unlikely, but typically, this is a very early stage before the facts are developed and discovered. We're just started doing deposition. So, what's likely to happen? In the usual course, the whole case doesn't get thrown out this year.
How are the depositions going?
I'll let you know Friday afternoon. We're going Friday.
Your client's going Friday?
Yeah.
Are you ready for that, Mr. Buchanan?
Yes, he's ready.
Would you let your client say hello to us or anything?
Say hello. There you go.
How was the cruise?
Well,
So-
stop it. Stop it.
So you would not be surprised if this case is not dismissed based on what was heard today?
Well, there's only some of the cases being dismissed. Proctor and I did not file motions to dismiss because we're in a different procedure. Tully was the supervisor, whereas they're being accused of actively throwing pieces of taillight into the snow and burying it. At least we didn't hear about the dead dog.
We heard a lot about moving a body.
The moving of the body. Well, I always liked the dead dog because I was going to have a press conference with the dog, but the DA beat me to it.
But you were saying
The dog is just fine.
you were saying if you're going to move a body, don't pick up your front yard.
If you're going to kill somebody in your house and you want to cover it up, put the body in front of my house.
Counselor, do you see this case going back down to the state court?
I don't think so. They don't want it in the federal court. Karen Reed's lawyers do not want it. Maybe she's doing national TV.
She's in the sequel. Like she's within a couple of miles of here, according to photos posted.
Do I make something of it? Look, I'm new to this service. But I'm kind of surprised. Maybe she's had enough press. Me, I'm just starting.
Well, her attorneys know Alan Jackson. She's watching my lives.
That's the reason Leonard K-E-S-T.
He is so smug. So smug, Yuri. So you heard his attorney. His last name's Kesten, Kesten. He is a police union attorney. But you heard him make light of the tail light. You saw Yuri's face. You heard him take a dig about the dead dog, which, by the way, Karen's team never said that. That was the public alleging that. You also heard him. Well, you heard Michael from Justice Serve TV. Yuri, how was the cruise? Oh, thank you for that. Because when I was watching the video first time for Grant, I was like, that was great. That was fucking fantastic. I know Scott. Grant tries. We'll give him all the props though. So I forget. Sorry, I just pulled up the comment about. Oh, I think it was Diane. About Grant following them, right? Obviously, media. The camera follows them, and Grant came back to us. He goes, "Oh man, Chris Albert just said I'm not going to get any more free pizza." Because I guess when Grant was more favorable to their side, I guess he would go in, he would get food from D&E Pizza. He said he would always leave a very generous tip, and there'd be times when Chris or whoever was working would give him free pizza. So when he was when they were leaving and across the street, Grant ran over with them, obviously to get footage. And Grant said something about the free pizza, and Chris was like, no. Like literally Grant came back across the street to meet with us, and he goes, "Oh man," like literally like, "Oh man, I'm not gonna get any more free pizza." Oh God. It's just funny. Okay. I think. All right, guys. So, do you guys, let me do a little bit of Q&A to see if you guys have any questions. So if you have any questions about the hearing and I have not covered that question yet, shoot me a little comment now and I can answer your questions while I look at my media stuff for a second. Okay. All right, I did all that. Perfect. All right, let me go to the comments. Oh, Grant's a good time. He's funny. He's so funny. Oh, Yuri was quite proud of himself until Jackson was brought up. The smirk got wiped off real quick. Well, as you saw, Legalese, I pulled up her comment where we now know Yuri Bukhenik is going to be deposed on Friday. That's going to be a big deposition. This week was crazy. Absolutely crazy. Now my one critique of Karen's team, and I can only think that any error or maybe any kind of misspeech, or I remember how I mentioned not knowing that one case law. I think what may be part of an issue here is how damn busy her team is right now. And I mean specifically right now, like last week, really, I mean, if you want to talk about it with all the emergency hearings, it's been like, I want to say at least 3 or 4 weeks nonstop that her team has been going. But if we're specifically speaking about like the last 2 weeks, we had the proctor of it all on top of the regular depositions, the other hearings they had to be at. Thankfully, Alan was able to come in for Karen's cell phones of it all. But her team is so nonstop. They don't have a chance to breathe, which if they don't have a chance to breathe, mistakes can happen, which we don't want. And I don't want that really for any team, FYI, because believe it or not, I can be objective. I'd actually would like to see decent court hearings going on instead of emergency motions that don't make sense, where you literally say one tweet is part of the problem and then you move it to another tweet. Don't get me on it. But it comes down to the fact, if her team is so jam-packed, I don't want to see mistakes. And I'm also wanting them to be on top of all of it, because everyone else in all these parties are hoping that they fuck up somehow. They're waiting for like one major fuck up. And if you watch some of the law tube of it all, we'll get into that when we go over the hearing from this morning. But the amended complaint of it all. So I just want to give a little words of encouragement to Karen's team. You guys have a lot on your shoulders now. A lot. But please know it's very appreciated what you're doing. You guys have a shit ton of work to do. And I can't imagine what you guys are doing this week with all the depositions. But also, even just thinking about today in general, they had 2 huge cases. Doesn't matter who was arguing, right? It's still her team. And it doesn't matter how many cooks in the kitchen you have. That's a lot. A federal hearing just on its own has a lot of pressure on it. And then on top of it, you have motions to dismiss, basically the opposite of the arguments, right? That's a lot of pressure. And then obviously yesterday was the cell phone hearing and then the depositions. Because remember, during one of the hearings, they said this week in particular, there were depositions every single day, if not 2 depositions a day, depending on which day it is. Obviously not Friday. Friday is going to be all Yuri. But just to her team, turn that frown upside down because everything's going to be okay. We're still in Mercury retrograde, if you believe in astrology. So there's more duckery to happen, unfortunately. All right, let me see. Let me see the chat for question and answer. If there's any questions. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Good question, Cuzco. Do we think Alan Jackson is deposing Yuri? He's in town. It depends on how long he would be in town for. Could I see it? Yes. But could I also see like someone like Waters doing it too? Yes. But I could see, just for the background of the history, specifically of like Proctor, Yuri, Tully, I could see Jackson wanting to be doing those just because there's so much history there. And obviously not saying there's any like less history with the others, but those are like very particular, should I say, personalities to the case, faces to the case. So I could see him wanting to get a bite of the apple, if that's what you want to say. Like, we fully comprehend why he wanted to depose Jackson. I mean, Jackson wanted to depose Proctor. That makes sense. It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Okay. But yeah, I could see Jackson wanting to be doing it. All right, let's see. Oh, you're talking about this morning's hearing. Turtle's attorney was so freaking good today. He was on point, and man, he did such great answers. I was actually texting some friends, and I said, I appreciate when an attorney can be not only professional when it comes to the case law of it all, and be very well versed in what they are speaking of, because it was obvious that Pyle just knew everything about Aiden's case. Everything. He was so quick. He's very quick-minded. Like, he had a thought, and then that led to something else, and that led to something else. It was when he's so well articulated, but he's also easy to understand for us that just like watch, which I appreciate, because obviously you can tell, even me, and I wouldn't say I am like completely unknown to court terms, legal definitions and things. But then when you like look at this federal case and this hearing today, you could see at points I'm like, I don't freaking know what they mean. I don't get it. Whereas like Pyle, as an example, his argument today was so well written and so well spoken that even in just the motion to dismiss paperwork on the turtle side of it all, I really do feel like most people could pick up that paperwork and understand what he was arguing. And obviously an attorney doesn't have to do that. You're talking to the judge and the other attorneys and parties. You're not talking to the people. He's so good. Well worth the money, whatever that was cost. I don't even want to know how much that cost. Like, I think of just the cost of Karen's team, and it makes me like quiver. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Let me see Mizzy. Mizzy, I didn't get to say hi to you yet. Hi, friend. They need to take a breath so they don't make little, like, yeah, I agree. So they need to take a breath, Karen's team, so they don't make little mistakes. Exactly. And when I can only think, if you've got this much on your plate, there are gonna be mistakes. And it just depends on how big the mistakes are gonna be. I think part of the issue is that Gilday just has them on this like August 17th depot and discovery due date in the O'Keefe versus Karen Reed and Cont'd Bars lawsuit. And like, he's putting so much pressure on them to get it done. And we're already starting to see that form in the Ham plaintiffs versus Karen Reed and Turtle case, because he wants to stick to the February due date for them, which I've already told you guys, Tuxbury's trying to fight that tooth and nail. Even in the first hearing on May 26th, that first hearing, Tuxbury for the House Defendants, obviously, he said it like twice, like 2 or 3 times, where he was like, oh yeah, and I could totally do February, or like February, mid-spring. Like he's trying to elude. Can we have an extension, please? Can you already push it out? And then at one point, Judge Gilday did point it out. He goes, yeah, please. Because now Tuxbury is going to have their lawsuit against Karen and Turtle, but also they're going to have the federal aspect, which I obviously didn't go into too much. When it comes to, like I said, the Tully of the motion to dismiss in the federal case, like I already told you guys, I don't think, I think everything's going to go through. I don't think he did enough to dismiss any of the claims against him. Now, the House defendants, I don't know if they may be able to get a couple of, like 1 claim, 2 claim dismissed, depending on whichever one you're looking at, because there's a whole lot of claims. But I don't see the House defendants case being completely dismissed. And I also thought that when we were hearing the pleadings in the very beginning of O'Keefe versus Karen Reed and Turtle, sorry, not Turtle, Cont'd Bars, O'Keefe family versus Karen Reed and the Cont'd Bars. There were some claims I'm like, yeah, that could be easily dismissed. That could be dismissed, but I didn't see the entire thing going away, which is what happened. So we'll see. We'll see. Hope is not lost. It's never lost. This is so early in the case. Like that, it's exactly what Yuri's attorney said. It's so early on in the case. All right, what else are you guys chatting about? Oh, you're talking about the rescheduling? Yeah. Yeah. And so what Karen's team did is they tried to move the state hearing first. And then kind of as like a last minute, please, oh God, please, can we switch dates? Then they filed in the federal case, which I knew Casper wasn't going to allow that, because they've had this date on for quite some time. So I understand why they put the filing in. Please, Judge Casper, please. But the thing is, there's so many parties and attorneys in all these cases that having to move it, the judge has to think of everyone in the case, not just the person that's wanting to move something. Unless everyone agrees to move it, that's always a chance. That's always an option too. Okay, let me see. Da, 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 da. Okay. Let me see. Everyone's like, yes. I wonder if Alan Jackson's going to depose Yuri. I mean, I could see him wanting to do that. All right. No, Butthouse here says, how could their attorney just blatantly lie? Does the judge do any research to confirm what he said? So the judge is supposed to take what they're saying as fact at this point, right? So remember, judges are supposed to be unbiased. They're not supposed to have opinions. They're supposed to listen to the arguments, just like Judge Casper did, and not sigh, roll their eyes. They're supposed to be unbiased. Take it as fact. So even if an attorney, whoever's attorney it is lying, that can be proven later on down the line. Now, the question is, does the attorney know that they're lying, or are they just speaking for and defending, advocating for their client based on what their client has told them? And that's where some of the sticky stuff comes in. A good example of that is in the Murdaugh case. Not M-U-R-D-E-R. M-U-R-D-A-U-G-H. I'm sure most of you know that case, which is going back to trial, which is crazy because a court clerk ducked around and found out. Crazy. But yeah, you need to remember the Snapchat video that came out during that. If you don't know the case, totally okay. But basically, you know, this guy, Alec Murdaugh, was trying to say that he didn't unalive his son and wife, and there was no proof of any of this. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, his Snapchat video of his son came out about in the trial. Obviously, Mr. Murdaugh didn't tell his attorney about said video. Which I think was part of the reason why the jury found him guilty. It's been a long time coming. Okay. Lola asks, do you think Karen Reed's team is thinking of requesting Judge G recusal? We've heard a lot of that around the lawyer YouTube of it all. We'll see. I think there's a good argument because now, even though specifically in the reframing of the June 8th tweet and him saying in a motion or a judge's order, essentially, okay, I understand the UTC time change of it all, but now let's talk about the June 25th Proctor panic attack of it all. Both tweets clearly are Turtle Boy. What are you doing? Dog. Sorry, the dog was doing something. So yeah, do I think maybe? I did also see that if Turtle's team wanted to do an intervening motion, they could too. I don't know how Judge Gilday would like that though, because Judge Gilday tends to not like people intervening in things. That may actually bite Karen if there is a motion to intervene in the O'Keefe versus Karen Reed lawsuit. I don't know. I was very objective with Judge Gilday and very hopeful and very grounded. And I kept trying to tell people, don't freak out. But now, guess what? Now we're going to freak out. Yeah. There's just a lot of things left to question. Very interesting. Very interesting. Yes, is someone asking if I am a Norfolk County? Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm a Norfolk County resident. I sure am. I sure am. That's why I'm here. Truly. Okay, I think I'm caught up in chat. Let me just see if there's anything else. I agree, Scott. Scott says, overall, neither court hearings today is going to be resulting in an anti-slap dismissal. I agree. Both of which are going to stay standing. It just depends. Like I said, I don't think Tully's is going to have anything dismissed or anything. I fully see Tully's going gung-ho. And again, I don't see the House Defendants being outwardly dismissed either. Maybe a claim or two, but I don't see the entire enchilada. So, okay. Oh, good question, Wildflower. Okay, really enjoying your videos, and I may have missed it, but what were your vibes with the federal judge? Judge Casper is fantastic. She's also overseeing the case with the Sandra Birchmore matter against former, disgraced, decertified. I love saying all the adjectives. Matthew Farwell. very fair and no drama, no sighing. She asked very similar questions to all parties, which I appreciated. And that's how a judge should be, fair and transparent, and therefore justice. But yeah, I was already told good things about her from individuals that have gone in already, like Mizzy and Emily for Sandra Birchmore. Man, words. Sandra Birchmore's hearings. There's been a couple. But yeah, I like her. I like her. So I went in already having a slight opinion of this is going to be good, and not good as in, oh my God, this is going to be juicy, so much drama. This is going to be good in, it's going to be a legitimate time where we're going to see a good judge, if that makes sense. I think you can catch what I'm saying, right? I think. Okay, let me see. Well, Waves of Salt, this is going to be a jury trial. I would even say, before you even think of a jury trial, is there going to be a trial at all? Are things going to be dismissed? Are there going to be settlements? We got quite a times before we even think about jury or bench trial. A long time to think about it. Okay. Susan says, I'm wondering if Jackson and Karen were not there because the Proctor deposition happened as scheduled. I hope so. Here's the deal. Karen doesn't have to be there. None of them had to be there. As long as the attorneys that are doing the argument are there, that's all that matters. And I would say this for any of them, which is why, talking about grasping at straws, Mr. Tuxbury, when you have their side and their spokespeople trying to make it a big deal because Karen was seen out with Alan Jackson and Evan Wolk today, Karen didn't have to go. The hearing was moved. Well, the hearing was asked to be moved so that her attorneys could essentially get their shit together, have time to do things. So it's not a bad thing that Karen wasn't there. Like I said, she didn't have to be. She doesn't have to be. And it's not like Karen doesn't have the guts to sit in the same room with these people. I think we have seen that Karen is very strong. And in my opinion, she would have no problem being right next to them. So don't let some of the Twitters of it all make you feel a certain way. Because if like, say, a certain person had to be there, it would be ordered by the judge. Okay. Good question, Cheryl and Amanda. Yes, Paul Murdoch's Snapchat video recovery. Colin Albert used mainly Snapchat also. Yes, Boozy Beauty? Uh-huh. Yep. You remember Brian Albert Jr. testified to that? How did Colin even know that there was something going on at 34 Fairview for Brian Jr.'s birthday? The Snapchat communications. Now it depends. If his phone was to be given over, which Colin said that all of the data was transferred over, is there a forensic expert that would be able to recover Snapchat? Because there's a thinking with Snapchat. Because if you're not familiar, it's basically like a video and messaging platform. I'm sure most of you know Snapchat. But it's known for like its disappearing text. So once you view the text, you can set like the options on your Snapchat that the text disappear. And there's a misconception that if the texts are gone, then they're gone forever. No. Because in the Murdoch case, this was about a video that was just supposed to disappear. And then all of a sudden it came back up. Also, similar to Snapchat, the same goes for Discord. So even if, which is like a, how do I explain Discord? Discord is kind of like the new age, like AOL chat room. I am very much like trying to relate it to how people could understand what Discord is. It started off as like a gaming thing, and it's another way to like message people, and they have voice chats and they have video rooms, and like it's hard to describe, but it doesn't have like disappearing messages like Snapchat. But say, for instance, the same thing with text messages. If you delete a text message, can that be retrieved? Obviously, we know that. Yes, it can be. The same question goes for Discord. If someone deletes all of their messages on their Discord, like username, can that be retrieved? Could a forensic expert find that? If an entire Discord, it's called a server, but if someone's Discord like platform is completely deleted, can that still be retrieved? Is there evidence specifically surrounding the John O'Keefe investigation of a Discord server? The answer is yes. We'll see. We'll see. That's why the civil cases are so interesting, because they can get more discovery, which again could bite all of the parties. Just give Karen Reed back her cell phones. Give them to whatever forensic expert and just be done with this. Okay. Oh, I think I messed up this. All right, I think I got everyone. Okay, let me see. All right, let me go over. Is there anyone else? Jason, buddy, old pal. I think I just peer pressured my friend Jason to become a member. Jason's like, fine, sure. Fine, I'll become a member, Boozy, fine. I want the duck emoji too. Okay. Appreciate you, Jason. He's like, delete. Void the charge. I can mess around with them. It's fine. Words matter. Thank you for becoming a member. I hope you also enjoy your duck emoji and all of the other emojis that I said. Okay. Oh, my thing just fixed itself finally. Okay. Let me see. Now the question. Waves assault. Can this case be moved to another state since you cannot get a fair trial in the state of Massachusetts? Huh? Hold on a second. And all the people in the highest state seem to be so corrupt. Okay. I know Norfolk County is a bit in shambles. However, not everyone in the county, in the legal system, is corrupt. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of people that want to protect, they do more of a self-preservation, which you could consider corrupt because they're doing things or not doing things to protect themselves. However, I do know people that work in the law industry in the county and in the state that are legit, and they're damn good. So I don't think it's necessary to move this out of state. And the reason why I say that is because the cost to do that would be obscene. And frankly, I think Karen has spent enough money. Like, just think of that July 1st emergency hearing regarding Proctor, where Gilday said pretty much all the attorneys have to attend, besides like a handful. That was easily, with everyone there, over $100K. Not obviously not just for Karen, but just in general. So then the cost to have to move it out of state, which then you think of travel and all the things. You can move it to a different county if you wanted to. Speaking of that, why do you think the Ham plaintiffs, Higgins, Alberts, McCabe's, filed their lawsuit not in Norfolk County, but in Barnstable County, which is the Cape? Because Norfolk County is in shambles. And Brian Higgins lives in Barnstable County, so they filed it in Barnstable County. Also, because hopefully they were thinking the Cape has a little bit of distance from Norfolk County. But instead, their case got specially assigned to Judge Gilday, who is working out of Plymouth County. And I went over this a couple of times, but for those of you who don't understand Massachusetts, Plymouth, the way that it's cut, the county, sits essentially right in line like a puzzle piece with Norfolk County. So if we're talking, I forget exactly, I think it's Brockton. Is Brockton Plymouth County? I think. So say it goes one town that's in Plymouth County, right next to that is Stoughton. You all know Stoughton from the Sandra Birchmore case. Right next to Stoughton is Canton. So there's a lot of crossover when it comes to Plymouth County and Stoughton. So, but yeah, I don't know if I would if I would like to be move out of state. That's a lot. And I also think in order to do that, there would have to be like crazy proven claims. Like you can't just, move it because you want to. Let me see. Da 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 da. Okay, I think. Let me see. I'm just reading to see what you guys are saying real quick. I think I'm caught up on everyone, thankfully. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point, Cheryl. Remember that Paul Murdoch hadn't yet sent that video to his friend of the dog's tail. Right. We're back on that Snapchat video. It was saved in his Snapchat roll. Wonder if Colin, etc. have saved Snapchat videos and photos. All of the things. And we need to remember, just because it's on a disappearing thing or just because you delete things, it doesn't mean it's gone forever. Eventually, something's going to come up. V-Kinds, it's hard to delete stuff off of Discord. Yes. Well, I mean, like, especially when you think of the background of Discord and how it started, it was literally started by gamers, aka people that understand technology. So, but I'm just talking about V-Kind since you understand Discord. Like if you were, or those of you who are on text message, if you were to click on like just like a text and hit delete, you can do the same thing in Discord. But it doesn't mean it's gone forever. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, see, everyone understands this. Mizzy goes, there have been other cases where Snapchat turned over the chats. Yes, exactly. And that's what they would do. So if your first shot is to get it from the individual, the device, then you could also argue maybe over the Wi-Fi, maybe be able to find some things. But then you subpoena the entity or whatever. So in this case, Mizzy would be talking about subpoenaing, big word, Snapchat directly. And that is how you can see if someone's being truthful in their interviews, in their testimonies, their depositions, their sworn affidavits. Because if someone hands over their cell phone and say Snapchat's just gone completely, no Snapchat, but then the party that's interested in all of this subpoenas Snapchat themselves, and it tells quite a different story, that's no bueno. That's no bueno at all. Now you're going to sit in a jury trial in a civil case and you're going to be screwed. It's going to be like Amber Heard. And then my dog stepped on a bee. Oh man, the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case. We won't get on that. Chat will go great with that one too. Oh God. Whoops. Medical examiners, expert testimony, logic, red paint on a sharp edge in the garage, Ford Edge at 2 a.m. Was OJO, Officer John O'Keefe, still in Edge when Lucky drove by? Or did Colin wait for Lucky to drive by, then he left? Okay, so this individual thinks Colin had something to do with the moving of John. I want to know, where did that white paint come from on Karen Reed's vehicle? No one ever talks about that. No one ever talks about the white paint because no one knows about it unless you look at the For You and Find Out website and you look at the high definition photos of Karen's vehicle. The only person that talked about it was Maureen Hartnett. And she confirmed it's white paint. Wait, this really happened? Congratulations on hitting 17K. Oh my God. No fucking way. You guys truly are amazing. Truly. I won't get gushy again. I get gushy every single live stream. Every live stream. Gotta support the channel. Great. Jason says. Oh, Jason, you know I appreciate you, bud. Okay. No showing up at depositions. No. Don't show up at anyone's depositions. No, chat. Don't do that. Don't do that. And I would never, ever tell any of you guys to do that. Please don't do that. Okay. Let me see. Oh, that's a good way to put it. Plymouth County is a neighbor of Norfolk County. They're like brother and sister. Haha. No, but like, holding hands, holding hands. Leah. Gilday making up rules about depots not being able to be used in other civil suits. I know. And then Leah goes on, putting a stay on Proctor depot. Well, technically, per his ruling, he said a stay on the discovery. He didn't say it was a stay on the deposition, which every attorney is like, what are you talking about? Thoughts on his boomer attitude about social media? I have said it from the get-go that Judge Gilday is not a fan of technology, and if he didn't have to do anything with technology in his courtroom, that's what he would want to do. So I think that's more of like his opinion. He's not a fan of technology. I get it. If the technology is being an issue for you and your Zooms are being messed up and people aren't muting themselves, Brandon, I get it. But also, you kind of need to understand that, like, you can't have the attorneys in for every single hearing. That's costly. So it's like on one side, I get it, but on the flip side, no. Boozy, what is your background? You are so educated. Thank you. On all this law, I am not perfect. I'm sure I messed up a lot when I was reading that, my notes about today's hearing. I'm sure I messed up a lot. I'm sure I did. In the counties, were you ever an attorney or are you? No, I'm a girl with ADHD who does way too much research. And then I call people and I ask people, what does this mean? What is that? And what is that? What is that? For instance, the taillight of it all. I know the ins and outs of the Lexus's taillight. And I really, like, there are times when I'll start talking about the taillight and I'm like, no, I need to cut the shit. I'm going far down the rabbit hole about a random Lexus SUV taillight. I shouldn't know what a diffuser is. I shouldn't know that the little LED light bulbs are teeny, 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 tiny, and they're red, except for the amber blinker LEDs. I told you, don't get me started. Don't get me started. But thank you, I appreciate that. Okay. Let me see. I do talk about the paint. It's like someone talks about the paint. Well, that's because no one's really brought it up. No one's really like looked at it before. Okay. Welcome from Australia. See, this is crazy. That's like, this is not just like in Massachusetts or just in the US. This is international. This case is, and like I said, right when I started this live stream, the fact that so many of you still care says volumes about the case. Volumes. Tammy says, what was the problem about no video today? It's federal court. So the 10 a.m. hearing with the state, that's the Ham plaintiffs versus Karen and Turtle, that has, for now, still has video, okay? But when it comes to federal, no cameras are allowed. Like when you go into the federal courthouse, if you're not an attorney, and I'm pretty sure federal media, you have to be like federal approved media, you have to give up your cell phone. They make you turn it off and show your ID, and then they give you this cute little tag. And then he specifically told me, don't lose this because this is the only way you get your cell phone back. I was like, okay, I won't lose it. I won't lose it. Oops, I just messed up the chat. Sorry, guys. So yeah, that's how it's going to be with all of the federal hearings. Because if you remember when they first filed the lawsuit, or when Karen filed the lawsuit, and then almost immediately the House Defendants filed it to be moved into the federal courts, then their spokespeople were saying, well, now they don't have to worry about like the media and the craze and the harassment from the media and blah, 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 and all the things. I guess trying to limit exposure of it. I don't know. I don't know. But there is a case going on right now where that's actually being argued and considered to allow cameras in the courtroom for federal cases. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh, Otto asked, where was the paint on Karen's car? Front or back? Okay. I keep saying this. I'm going to have to just make this a live stream so you guys understand what I'm talking about. Do you remember the dent on the back of Karen's SUV? Specifically, it was on, if you're looking at the back of the SUV, right? Here are the taillights. And then right across here. So here's the broken taillight. Right there was a dent. They claimed that from John's hand, right? Because he was out like, I have a wire here, sorry. If his hand is out like this, kind of, I mean, they say it was bent, but in the photos, specifically of the initial testing, where it's, I think it was Trooper Paul and Yuri Bukhenik, Yuri is in the photos. Yuri's arm is essentially fully extended, like it is not bent. And then also in the testing from trial 2 with Welcher, Blue Man Group, his arm was also pretty extended. But what they try to claim, that dent is from John's hand and the glass, because then the glass was found right below it. But then remember, the glass doesn't match the cocktail glass. So there goes that theory. But what they excluded, that dent that they say is from John O'Keefe's hand in the glass that he was holding, has white paint on it. And then that white paint extends. Here's the dent. So if this is the dent, the windshield wiper is right here. There's also white paint that goes in a rainbow like that. I'm not kidding. Legitimately not kidding. Anyone can go to FOIA and find out and look at the high definition images. I'm pretty sure it was Maureen Hartnett that took the photos in Canton Police Department in the Sallyport. But those are the photos that I'm specifically speaking about. It's the legitimate high definition photos. And from where John O'Keefe's hand was supposed to have hit, where there was no inkling, DNA, red stuff, you know what I mean, found on that dent. Obviously, on the flip side, we can also say John O'Keefe's hand also didn't have damage to it that would even remotely come to the conclusion that he was hit with the vehicle at that speed and throttle percentage and whatever they like to say on their theories. But there's paint. And then on top of it, there's also white paint right above it in like a rainbow. And there's like, it's kind of like two stripes like this. And then when you follow, it stops here. But if your eyesight, you follow down, it's exactly where the glass is. So unless John O'Keefe had white paint in his system and somehow magically out of thin air either had paint in the cocktail glass, which is not a thing because the cocktail glass they recovered did not have white paint in it, or somehow he spontaneously shot out white paint out of one of his fingers, you can easily come to the conclusion that the dent that is on the back of her SUV did not come from John O'Keefe or the cocktail glass. But they don't want you to think about that. These are all the things that are going to be brought up in all the depositions and all the things. These are all the things that they can bring up. God, there's a hair. Now I just went on a whole tangent about white paint. But like I said, Maureen Hartnett did mention this and she did test it. Because if you guys do happen to go and look at the photos, you'll see that there's like a little sampling taken out of it from the like actual back of her, what's it called? Tailgate thing. But what's also interesting is when it was getting auctioned off, the SUV, I actually pulled an image. I'm going to have to show this to you guys. I pulled an image from, if you remember the auction, they didn't actually end up auctioning off. They sold it to a dealership literally that same weekend. The dealership already had it on its lot. And I actually got I don't know if it was a screen grab or a photo of the back of the SUV. It still literally has the dent and the scratches, no longer white paint. But now that the white paint is gone, you can see the scratch pattern of whatever did that. And it looks like, if you look at like a keyboard, like the pound symbol, it almost looks like that. So it's not just scratches in one direction. It's like multi-directional. And I was looking at this and I was like, what the is this from? And then remember how I said there was the two like rainbow white paint stripes on the back windshield? There was leftover scratches on the windshield too. I'm like, I don't know what that's from. I literally don't know what that's from. Like, and I asked some people, I was like, what do you think this could be from? And so one person said, well, maybe it happened at Canton PD. So if you look at Canton PD, they have like, what are they called? You know, like on sidewalks, they have like the cement things that extend from the ground and then up a certain height so that like a vehicle can't run into pedestrians on the sidewalk. So they actually have those at Canton PD on one of the side garages, not the Sally Port, but there's like another side. I think they call it like bicycle or something, bicycle entrance, something like that. So those were there. And I was like, no, that doesn't make sense, because then there would be subsequent matching damage to the bumper, because the bumper extends out more than the hatch, because the bumper goes out, but then the tailgate is here. So if they were going to run into that, that doesn't make sense. And then someone's like, well, maybe they ran into something in the Sally Port. But I was like, it has to be something that only damaged that one specific section of the tailgate and also the windshield. That's it. There's no white paint on the taillight, none of the pieces, none of the internal aspects of the taillight, not on the bumper, like I said. And before, I don't know if anyone in chat said it, before anyone says it's salt, it's not salt, because Maureen Hartnett from Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab tested it. It's confirmed to be white paint. And you can, if anyone doesn't believe me, go to the trial channel and go and look up Maureen Hartnett trial 1 testimony. And you'll see it. You'll see it. Oh my God. And I just forgot I was going to show you guys a video. Shit. Sorry. Okay, we'll get to that. I think like 500 people left. It's fine. It's fine. We've got another video I can watch. I can show you guys. Meadows Ave garage roller door. So here's that's where my thinking went. That's exactly. This is the only thing that I can reasonably think of that might cause that damage is John O'Keefe's garage door. Because also remember, we don't have 2 videos from, oh God, oh, I really need to figure out how to get rid of that. Surprise. The 2 videos that we don't have is Karen Reed leaving 34 Fairview and coming back to John O'Keefe's. So we don't know if something happened potentially at that point. Maybe did the garage door go down on the back of the SUV? Did she accidentally open up the tailgate as the garage door is going down? Did she not pull in enough? My brain went there because it's generally the only thing that I can think of. Literally, it's the only thing I can think of because, like I said, there's no damage to anything else that would match that. And then is it possible that that also damaged a portion of the taillight? I don't know. This is just me spitballing now. You guys are in my brain. This is me in my noggin. And I will literally write down in like notes of things because I just like think, okay, maybe it's that, maybe it's that. And then I go and I research. So if that is what happened, we don't have the video of her coming home. And then we don't have the video also of like Carrie, Jen, and Karen leaving when they came to 34 Fairview and then left. But I don't think it would have happened then because remember her taillight was already broken at that point. We also need to remember, if you haven't gone and looked at these images, I didn't realize Evan Brent, who's a Massachusetts State Police trooper, he's the one, I think Emily went to bed. It was at the February 3rd search of 34 Fairview's front lawn when they found the drinking straw, John O'Keefe's hat, and some more taillight. So Trooper Brent tagged along with Proctor to take photos of that. But then they also went to John O'Keefe's house to take pictures of John's Chevy Traverse, his vehicle. And then I didn't realize it took like, I forget how many images. I used to know They took like 10 pictures of just the garage door from all of the angles, but they didn't open the garage door. If you're taking a picture of the garage door, wouldn't you also then, to complete the investigation of said garage door, open the fucking door? Oh, I swore again. Sorry. Wouldn't you open the door and take pictures of underneath and the other side of it? Again, I don't know. I don't know. But these are the things that I think of, and I'm like, no one's talking about the white paint. No one's talking about the white paint. So yeah, it's just another one of those mysteries that we don't have any answers for. Because it's possible it was caught on the video footage. And even if DeChico said on his handwritten note, 1241 looks like he said tail lights, something about the tail lights. You can see the tail lights. Looks like she got home. We're talking about Karen. Is it possible when Proctor went to review that footage, he noticed that maybe the garage door went down, the hatch went up. Maybe he saw something. And then that footage just disappeared. Huh? But your guess is as good as mine, chat. How big is the scratches in the back window? So the actual like pound sign, we'll call it like pound sign ish, is where they say that John O'Keefe's hand went onto the hatch. There's then different scratches in the rainbow. It's like two like this and it goes like this on the window. So there's scratches and the dent and the paint on the black paint of the hatch, but then also scratches and white paint on the rear window. You guys should have seen me when I was first looking at this. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. And then I just kept looking for more and I was like, and there's more, and then there's more, and then there's more. Okay. Right, Tammy. So John's family claimed Karen and her dad deleted ring camera footage when she went upstairs. Right. But now we got the, I didn't say we, but they got the actual ring information. And it shows the only one that accessed anything in regards to ring was John O'Keefe. But obviously, Proctor, Massachusetts State Police, had John O'Keefe's phone. So there's that. Okay. I want to pull up this video that I have. Okay. Which tab? Okay. So this is from WBZ and it is Kristina Rex reporting, but it's just like her like little bit info on what happened today. Let's see, make sure the volume's on. Okay. Albert. All right, so let me share the screen with you guys so you can watch this. Sorry, guys, I totally blanked out. I totally forgot I had this. Okay. Share screen. Alberts McCabe's ask federal judge to dismiss. There we go. Share. Make sure you guys can see it. Yes. Can I make this full screen? Did it work? Did it work? Oh, yes. Okay, perfect. All right. But this one's only 2 minutes, but just goes into Kristina Rex's reporting. Oh, God. Oh, you're kidding me. Hold on. Let me reload it. It's like, you took too long to load me. Oh, watch it play an ad. Page isn't working. You're joking. Wait, did they pull it? What the hell? Oh my God, Jen. I don't know why. It, okay, well, apparently that went bye-bye. So, what the hell? Rude. That is so weird. Okay, hold on. Let me see if. Hold on 1 second, guys. I want to see if I can pull this up like via Google or something. What did I say? This is CBS, Karen Reed, Federal. All right, let me do chat for a second while I pull this up again. Why is it saying page isn't working? It still shows up on Google. So they have the article still up, but not the video. Oh, hold on. Maybe I just got it. Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, I think I fixed it. Sorry about that, guys. It was working, and then I think they must have edited something or something. Okay. It's on an advertisement. Let me see. Okay. Go figure. I pay for YouTube Premium, and the very first thing I do is, oh my God, there's no sound. What the heck? Oh my God. And now my cursor is gone. What just happened? Chat. Oh no. My cursor's gone. Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. Mercury in retrograde. Mercury in freaking retrograde. Hold on, I'm pulling up my YouTube on my phone. You've got to be kidding me. No way. No way. I hate Mercury. You have got to be kidding me. Where's my cursor? No way. Oh my God. Chat. I see you on my phone. What the hell? Escape. Wow. How did that just happen? Pause. What the hell? Who was that? E-Chase. Thank you for the escape. Oh my God. And thank you, Pat Ray. This is a shit show. I know it's in retrograde till July 23rd, Jason. Romy, this isn't funny. Well. Jeez Louise. It's so weird because I can't like. All right, well, I'll do this. Dang. Mars is in microwave. I guess I could just read it to you. That is so bizarre. I'm glad escape worked too. We're all in this.
On Reed's lawsuit against them. A lawyer for the McCabe's and the Alberts call it classic retaliation. WBZ's Kristina Rex has more from court.
Known now as the House Defendants for being inside the Canton home where John O'Keefe's body was found on the front lawn in 2022. Brian Albert, Chris Albert, Nicole Albert, and Jen and Matt McCabe walk into federal court to ask a judge to dismiss a lawsuit against them filed by Karen Reed. Reed, the plaintiff in this case, did not attend the hearing.
I thought the hearing went very well today. We thought the judge asked all the right questions, and we really look forward to the decision.
No cameras are allowed inside Boston's federal courthouse, where lawyers for Karen Reed told the judge that the McCabe's and Alberts framed Karen Reed and exonerated themselves. But a lawyer representing those families called this case a classic retaliation against witnesses, saying that Karen Reed is suing the witnesses for an alleged game of telephone conspiracy. They asked the judge to throw out the case. A lawyer for State Police Lieutenant Brian Tully also asked for charges against Tully to be dropped, arguing that just because he was a supervisor doesn't mean he should be held responsible for any bad action taken by fired trooper Michael Proctor.
As soon as Lieutenant Tully
learned about the information about these obviously inappropriate texts, he reported it.
Several people in this far-reaching case showed up, even if they didn't have a stake in the hearing, like State Police Sergeant Yuri Bukhenik.
She wasn't framed.
His lawyer says the claims in Karen Reed's lawsuit will never survive a federal trial.
The conspiracy theory pushed by her side is preposterous. You would have to believe that John O'Keefe's friends knocked him out, injured him severely, and instead of treating him, decided to murder him. And to deflect attention from themselves, they put the body on their front lawn.
The judge said she would take this under advisement, meaning she didn't make a decision today, but she'll release a decision in the future about whether some of the charges in this huge...
Chat, you're never gonna guess who ended up in the background of Kristina Rex's reporting. All of a sudden, Grant turns around. He goes, "Oh, Kristina's reporting," and we're all like, "Damn it! Don't want to be on camera. Damn it!" I think that was it, though. Now my cursor's working. Mercury's in retrograde.
Huge case can be dropped. In Boston, Kristina Rex, WBZ.
Thank you, WBZ and Kristina Rex. I don't know what just happened with that website, but you know. But I also liked that video because it showed you guys a little smorgasbord of all of it. But here's the deal. Yuri didn't file a motion to dismiss. And considering what we saw from Grant's video with Keston talking to the reporters, and then also that little clip too, I think we can already tell what his vibes are. And honestly, you know what? If you choose to work with police unions and be an attorney for the police, I wouldn't expect anything else. I wouldn't expect an attorney that works for, well, is hired by police to say anything else but Karen Reed was not framed. Okay. Sure, guy. Well, guess what? The jury disagrees. Disagrees hugely. I wonder if that didn't work because I have a lot of other things popping up around here too. Okay, so that was the CBS one. Did I have another one? Let me just go through my tabs real quick. That was so odd. All right. You know what? I do want to show you Mass Lives report too, because I really do like Mass Lives reporting. They tend to be really, really solid. I really like Mass Lives reporting. Let me do share screen. Okay. Okay, you guys can see that. Perfect. So, like I said, this is from Mass Live. Thank you for the report. We appreciate you guys. Okay, and who specifically wrote this? I guess we'll find out at the end of the article. Okay, so they state Karen Reed civil rights suit faces scrutiny as federal judge weighs motions to dismiss. A federal judge expressed skepticism Tuesday afternoon about some of the claims Karen Reed brought in a sweeping civil rights lawsuit she filed last fall. The suit names 5 witnesses who testified against her at trial and 3 state police investigators who worked on her case. Chief U.S. District Judge Denise Casper convened the hearing to address motions to dismiss the suit filed by the witnesses and the retired state. What? You have got to be kidding me. Hold on. Am I still here? Oh, God. It is past my bedtime. Okay. Chief U.S. District Judge Denise Casper convened the hearing to address motions to dismiss the suit filed by the witnesses and the retired state police lieutenant who oversaw the criminal investigation. No. Are you joking me? This has gotta be a joke. Oh my God. Oh my God. You are joking me right now. No, you actually can't be kidding me. Like, I understand why they do it, but how do they do it so that remove paywall doesn't work? I'm supposed to be removing the paywall. What the? Oh my God. We're all in on the same joke. I can't win. I can't win today. Wow. That really happened. Chat, I'm really trying here. I am really trying. Okay, well, guess what? I have more articles. Nah, 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 nah. I can't. I really hope you guys are just laughing along with me at this point, because you know what? Sometimes life throws you curveballs. Curveballs? Oh, I think the universe is trying to tell me to go to bed. Okay. This is by 7 News Boston. Brian Albert and others tried to have civil lawsuit filed by Karen Reed dismissed, and this is written by Jonathan Hall. There better not be a paywall on this one. This is mainstream. Okay. Several defendants, including Brian Albert and his wife, asked a federal judge to dismiss the lawsuit Karen Reed filed against them, claiming they helped police violate her civil rights. Reed was found not guilty of the most serious charges she faced in the second murder trial. She claimed she was framed for the death of her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Reed is suing former state police homicide detective. He wasn't a detective. Technically, he was just a trooper. But he was the lead detective, if you want to call it that. It's semantics. I'm just playing semantics. And others. Proctor did not appear in court on Tuesday because he's probably still in the mental health facility in Florida. But his former colleague, Yuri Bukhenik, did. Bukhenik worked on the Karen Reed investigation with Proctor in Canton. Bukhenik was in court to support his supervisor, Lieutenant Brian Tully. Is that what Yuri said? Hold on. Did Yuri actually say that? Because Yuri didn't do any interviews. I didn't hear his, unless you guys heard it, I didn't hear his attorney saying that either, that he was there to support Tully. Huh. Tully is also named in Reed's lawsuit. His attorney argued on Tuesday that the suit against his client should be dismissed. He told the judge that the case law in Massachusetts says a supervisor cannot be held liable for acts of a subordinate. Merely because he was a supervisor, his own acts must be considered. Tully claims he did nothing to frame Reed or violate her rights. 5 civilian defendants, including former police officer Brian Albert and his wife Nicole, who owned the home on Fairview where John O'Keefe was found dead in the snow. Reed originally filed her suit in state court, but defendants had it transferred to federal court. An attorney representing the defendants told Judge Denise Casper that their alleged misdeeds involved testifying lawfully in court and truthfully speaking to police about what they saw and heard the night John O'Keefe died. And that was Jonathan Hall's report. And I also think I have, oh no, I think that was it because the Mass Live didn't work. CBS we already got. So unless there's been other articles up since then, I'm pretty sure that was it for articles. So we saw Kristina Rex, Jonathan Hall, and Mass Live. So obviously the no cameras are somewhat working. For now. Okay, yeah, okay. Chat is agreeing with me. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. Right. I didn't hear that either. Okay, so it's not just me. Huh. I don't know. But not to say that the mainstream media's reporting is bad, but you see how much info was missed? How long did it take me to read through my pages and then explain it to you guys as best as I could, as best as I could understand all of the things that were said? But, you know, my 6 pages of notes. Like, I love a thorough and detailed report, and it really grinds my gears when it's not super thorough, or like only bits and pieces of the pool camera footage is given out. Like, it really grinds my gears. You know what? Let me see. Okay. I'm going to do one more Google search to see if there's any other articles. I don't think there is, though. Hold on one second. I'll double check for you guys. There may be more coming out tomorrow. Karen Reed, federal. All right, let me go to news. Nope. Today was confusing because okay. We need to remember, yesterday there was a Karen Reed hearing and there were 2 Karen Reed hearings today. So there's all these articles coming out today about yesterday's hearing. And then there's more articles about this morning's hearing, but there's not a ton of articles about this federal, which I think is the most important one. That was 4 days ago. Let me see, 6 hours ago on Yahoo. Sometimes Yahoo. Wait, is this the Mass Live one? Hold on. What do you mean advertisement? Oh, you're kidding me. I don't know. That's weird. Yeah, I don't see anything else. Hold on. Is this something? AOL? No, this is CBS News again. Yeah, guys, that's it. So now you can see why it's like, I'm like, no, we need to be there. Whether it's me, Grant, Michael with Justice Served, Canton Community TV, Tim was there too. Yeah, that's it, guys. There's no other articles, unfortunately. That's it. That's it. So, what I am going to do is I'm going to take these notes, get the actual motion to dismisses, talk to some people and figure out this case law, and then I'll bring that back to you guys, okay? That won't be for probably like a couple of days, maybe a week, to give us a break from hearings. Maybe we can do another live stream this week on something that's not related to all of the hearings. Maybe we'll talk about the white paint. Maybe we'll talk about the Canton police key swipes, like go through some of the FOIA stuff. Because I'm pretty sure we're having another drop this Friday too. So I do need to catch up on that. What do you think about that, chat? Well, what would you think about that? Oh my God. Seriously, we would know with nothing without you guys. Truly though, it's like we just need to come together as a collective and not give up on these civil cases, you know, like, oh, this is very nice, Cuzco. Boozy Beauty and Towel News Network are our reliable media. Good Lord. Can't wait to replay. Hi, Brooklyn. Hi. Scott says, it's not that difficult, Boozy. Mainstream media news is propaganda, not actually news reporting from a thorough and neutral-based mission to deliver facts. I know, but it grinds my gears. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Rachel, you shush. I can't. That damn picture. And I know, unless you're like on a TV, or I guess if you're on your app, you can zoom in on Rachel's picture. That cracks me up every single time I see that. I can't. Okay, Pat says, yes, I'm dying to do a key swipe deep dive. Always up for pain too. Okay. Yeah. Because I don't want to always focus on hearings and motions, but we've just been in overload when it comes to all of the hearings. That's kind of all I've had time to focus on. I haven't had time to look at the public records request. So I do want to get more into like the nitty gritty about that. So, because I know you guys like seeing it too, because not everyone does like to go into the actual, like I do, like the deep dives. Sometimes you guys just want to hang out and chat while I talk and we talk about things. So we can totally do that too. Totally. Okay. Let me see. No, crazy. Scott, who would have thought? The two standing is me and Grant. Tides have changed. And you know what? Because Scott, you saw us. I was outside with Grant for some time today, shooting the shit. Me, him, Jason, couple of others. And you know what? It's just like, who would have thought we would be here today? Okay. Okay. People like the key swipes. Okay. Yes, Silver Swag. Did we ever find out where John O'Keefe's socks are? Yes. So many people on Twitter also love to go onto the deep dives, and they're in photographs. Because there was a time when Alan Jackson was able to go in, and I don't know if who else was there from Karen's team, but it was when they were first able to go in and look at all the boxes of evidence. And so Mass State Police was there, but obviously also Alan Jackson. He was in full scrubs. And so we have a ton of pictures, like high quality pictures of John's clothing, his boxers. There's also the crime lab photos now. So his socks are there. Somehow they ended up separated from the clothing that Yuri and Proctor took from the hospital. Don't know how. And also at another point, John O'Keefe's hoodie had like one of those, the ties. Somehow the ties ended up out of the hoodie too. Socks were found though. Don't ask me. Your guesses are as good as mine. We are talking about Norfolk County here. Does grind my gears. It does grind my gears. Damn. What a time to be alive. Grant actually he is funny. He is. He's a good shit though. He is. Okay. Don't be suspicious. Now I'm going to start quoting like TikTok things. Okay. Let me just wrap this up real quick. Grant is funny. Yep. Okay. Let me see. Okay. I know now everyone's asking about the string. I don't know, chat. John's belt is in all these photos too. I don't know. It honestly, here's the thing. We have so many questions already, and then we get these public records requests, and so we get some answers to the questions. Unfortunately, then when we get answers to the questions, That then leads to more questions. Case in point is the white paint. Sent me down a whole new rabbit hole for days with that paint. Guys, I have now the chat is fully asking, where'd the belt go? Where did it end up? Were the socks ever tested? Where's their dog hairs? No idea. No idea. Like I said, that's what I mean. We figure out the socks were found. We figure out there was photographs of them, but were they tested? No idea. Which is why these cases are so important to follow, because there's going to be more of these questions that we have now are going to be answered. Hopefully. I hope. Oh my God. Allison, talking about Grant. I used to talk to him all the time outside court. He's a riot. He's so funny. He's just a good time. They say. Now I'm going to send you guys down on rabbit holes. You're welcome. You're so welcome for that. Our boy Grant is growing up. Okay. Oh, I have 2 new members. Okay, let me see. Thank you to you guys. Okay. Thank you. Oh boy. Thank you. Memorable vacations. You can tell I've been here for too long. I've been on live for too long. Thank you for becoming a member. Oh, you know why that's hard to say? Because memorable vacations, thank you, and member. It's too much. Thank you for becoming a member. Wow, you guys are getting me in rare form right now. And thank you, Kristen, as well, for becoming a member. Enjoy the emojis. And like I said, I will be doing a members only live stream soon. I will make sure to put up that poll tomorrow, because I obviously did not have any free time today with everything going on. So like I said, I will make sure I look up the actual paperwork for motion dismisses, look up these case laws, talk to some friends. I also hope there's coverage from law tubers to also help us out, because I'm like you guys. I totally am in the thick of it when watching all of the law tubers, literally all of them, whenever I can. Just because you learn so much from them. And I love hearing all the different takes and their opinions on all of it. So hopefully they watch at least the portion of this live stream where I go over some of this testimony, either on their live, on their whatever, on their own time, and can hopefully also fill in some blanks into whatever maybe the attorneys are saying. But yeah. Good times, chat. We had a good time. Okay. So I will do all that. Hopefully plan another live stream that'll be more on public records requests, so we can take another break from the hearings of it all. And we'll just get the ball rolling on some more fun stuff. Like I said, I do have a lot planned, and I'm very excited about some things. Just some things I had to put on the shelf for now. But yeah, I hope you guys all enjoyed yourself. This has been thus far my longest live stream. I don't know why there are still 1,000 of you here to watch me talk nonsense, but I appreciate you guys. And at the end of the day, we're just here to have a little fun, figure out what else is going on in this county, and maybe get some answers to questions that we have that hopefully don't lead to more questions. Replay crew, I appreciate you as always. Thank you for being here. For any of you that sent me super chats, buy me a coffees, if you're watching this and you hype, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Live chat, you guys were a grand old time. And thank you also for being kind to one another. Like, you guys are so nice to one another, and you're funny and you answer questions. Like, it's just, this is when I said I wanted to have a YouTube, this was what I wanted to build, where we can have fun, we can poke fun at one another, but also learn things, laugh at me and my technology issues. But also you guys can all see each other too, because I know a lot of you are familiar with one another from all the other live streams and all the other streamers and whatnot. And obviously a huge shout out to my moderators. E-Chase is just like a ride or die. Thank you for staying up with me, E-Chase. I feel so bad. Like Mizzy, Corey, Emily, they're like, we're going to bed. You need to not be here this late. It's not my fault. I want to do earlier streams, but when the hearings are in the afternoon, and then I need to do research, and then I need to make sure the live stream is good to go with all of the documents and the research and everything, it takes time. So then I'm not ready until like 8 or 9 o'clock. It's fine. It's fine. Anywho, just like someone said earlier, you don't know how to shut up and just leave. I don't. Okay, guys. Okay. I love you all. I said all of the things, and I'll make sure we go over the AM hearing on another stream. We're not doing it tonight. I've already been here almost 4.5 hours. Good Lord. Okay, guys. Have a wonderful evening or day or afternoon, wherever you're at. No, you're wrong, Kevin. You wrong. Drink your water, eat your protein, and pet all of the dogs. My closing is never going to be the same. It's always going to be spontaneous. All right, guys. Love you always. Thank you for being amazing. Wherever you are, replay crew, live chat. I love you so much. And be kind to yourself. And don't be a Proctor defender.